Time for car 130, 66.06. 66.06 for car number 130. Time for car 131, 73.08. 73.08 for car number 131. Time for car number 133 was 62.43. 62.43 for car number 133. Time for car 796 was 65.94. 65.94 for car number 796. Time for car 134 was 61.63. 61.63 for car number 134. Time for car 712, 55.35. 55.35 for car number 712. Time for car 135 was 66.89. 66.89 for car number 135. And time for car number 136 was 55.30. 55.30 for car number 136. Time the car number 137, 57.66. 57.66 for car number 137. Time the car 721, 59.81. 59.81 for car number 721. Time the car number 139 was 53.76. 53.76 for car number 139. Time for car number 140 was 62.82. 62.82 for car number 140. Time for car number 150 was 57.43. 57.43 for car number 150. Time for car number 138 was 59.72. 59.72 for car number 138. Time for car 160 was 64.13. 64.13 for car number 160. Time for car number 165 was 58.66. 58.66 for car number 165. Time for car number 166 was 60.24. 60.24 for car number 166.
Yeah, mine go up on the Wiscombe Facebook page, so
Time for car number 161 was 70.49. 70.49 for car number 161. Time for car number 163, 62.17. 62.17 for car number 163. Time for car number 167 was 73.60. 73.60 for car number 167. Time for car number 168 was 56.22. 56.22 for car number 168. Time for car number 169 was 60.33. 60.33 for car number 169. Time for car number 170 was 59.27. 59.27 for car number 170. Time for car number 172, 49.92. 49.92 for car number 172. Time for car number 173, 75.20. 75.20 for car number 173. Time for car number 181, 52.87. 52.87 for car number 181. Time for car number 184 was 49.58. 49.58 for car number 184.
Whistle off?
Yeah, in the course park.
couple of weeks ago, he broke down on the M25. Yeah, it's a double photograph of it parked on the hard superfoot. The recovery is too many of those also.
Time for car 185 was 51.48, 51.48 for car 185.
That car was quick. It was halfway near me.
Time for car 190, 75.77. 75.77 for car 190. Time for car 200, 78.78. 78.78 for car 200. Time for car 192, 50.33. 50.33 for car 192.
He came across the top. He was going fairly well.
The fastest car last year.
Was he?
At Halter. Didn't look very clever.
No.
Time for car 733, 65.59. 65.59 for car 733. Time for car 831, 63.04. 63.04 for car 831.
Oh yeah. Chocolate devil. There it is. Oh no. That's sweet, isn't it? Oh yeah.
Time for car 242, 51.84. 51.84 for car 242. Time for car 245, 47.20. 47.20 for car 245. Time for car 246, 48.93. 48.93 for car 246. Time for car 247, 48.29. 48.29 for car 247.
Yeah.
But not on the side.
Yeah.
Still get that on the side.
A few cars on the floor box, yeah. Oh, the Sunday. Yeah, well, that time is down up there. Oh, yeah.
Time for car 242, 51.84. 51.85 for car 242. Time for car 245.
Soak up the wall. Yeah. Get some rays on. We'll move out this. Yeah. I'll take this stuff off. If you think I'm going to get the clothes off. No.
Cold it gets it.
Yeah. 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 That's right.
And then you can sit in the car and get you off the
Morning result yesterday, wasn't it? Did you got it on the screen? No. Oh, yeah. What was the game like?
It was a good game.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought you were in the league twice, wasn't it?
Right.
David said the penalty that they gave away in the first half was a bit cheeky.
Was it?
No, I don't think it was.
No?
No, it wasn't an obvious sign.
Alright.
Right.
You know, he left his leg out. Touched the goalkeeper. Over he went.
One of those, sometimes it's good and sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
I thought it was clear.
Yeah.
The referee did a good job actually.
Yeah.
And right at the end, there was only a couple of yellow cards, 3 yellow cards for the entire game.
Was it? Oh, it was a clean game
So
then.
yes, it was. It could have gone on top.
Is it? Yeah. So it's a well balanced match.
Yeah, well, 2 or 3 to 1.
Yeah.
It's still
Time for car. Car number 170. Time for car number 173. 74.
Every year is another year on. It's usually years that are turning out, yeah.
It's been one way through my life and the kids going to primary school.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've gone to
Yeah. Yeah.
Time for car.
And it is the same here, there's a band of hardy volunteers, but largely, they're the same ones that have been turning out for a number of years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same old.
Yeah.
So, same table, rotary, all the same.
Same. Yeah.
What way, so everything we come from.
Yeah. I didn't. No. I knew there was one, but no, I didn't get any photos.
We were taking all the stuff. We phoned up.
Of course, the Fraser Nash is a long car, isn't it?
He's when these walks goes under the tarmac.
Yeah.
Because that's what it did.
Really?
It went back up, he went up, back, and his walk tailpipe went right under the tarmac by about that much.
Wow.
So we had to get the union log up the top and pull him up
Yeah.
to get him out.
To get out. Yeah.
He's up there. Red flag side.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to sunny Wiscombe Park for this vintage sports car club speed Hillclimb for 2026. It's a part of a classic weekend here. We had the 500 Owners Association in yesterday, which was a really exciting day's motorsport, and we're going to talk you through some of the practice sessions. We're into the early cars and the second practice sessions now. Each competitor is going to do 2 practice runs. That's the intention anyway, and then the slate will be wiped clean for this afternoon when we go into the timed runs proper. We'll have a proper timed readout at that point. Funny enough, our time string it's just nipped down. It's pinged up again, which is all good. So we can give you not only the overall time competitors do when it comes to the runs proper, we can give you some splits as well. One over the initial acceleration from the start line out of the paddock towards Bridge Corner, and then the other split is at the gate where they disappear into the kind of S's up towards Sawbench hairpin, the right-handed hairpin, and up Castle Straight to the final left-handed hairpin at Martini. And
Time for car 745 is 53.61. 53.61 for car number 745.
we'll get really into the times later on when they're presented to us on our screens here as well. And when it gets into real competition, there's some real needle in the classes of program, colourful program, with the Catipo, the GM Catipo on the front cover, which was one of the most exciting cars here last year. It was great to see. Great program, really well put together by the Motorsport Car Club team in their HQ in Birmingham. We've got a lot of classes to work through today, and each competitor will be essentially taking on the drivers of similar cars across the classes. Something like 20 classes, and they'll also be taking on their own personal bests. Often when you're here, maybe with a car which is not an overall class winner potentially, if you've been here with it before and you come back again and go quicker, happy days. And, a lot of the competitors don't come armed with victory speeches. They're here just to have a wonderful day out in some great machinery, everything from Austin 7s to cars here of the 50s and 1960s, but of course the focus is on the vintage cars. I'm Marcus Pyme in the commentary box. John Staveley will join me later in the day. He's alongside actually watching now. He's a considerable expert in all these things, and just had a very fascinating conversation about some of the cars, also powerboat racing, which he's a great sage of as well, something that I've been interested in over the years too. But good to see that the weather has turned out very, very nicely. We've got a lot of people here to enjoy the action, and just work our way through these second practice runs, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the day's sport later on. Wiscombe Park opened for speed hill climbing in 1958, incidentally. we can start to give you some times, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, we've got Morgan three-wheelers en route at the moment. It's car 14, which is on track. Stephen Wickers. So we're into this practice run, and 14 that is Stephen Wickers, the Morgan Supersports from 1935. He's gone up, and the time is still clicking towards the top. We've got some streaming cameras as well, which flicker through. Here we go. Here's the Moggy arriving at Martini Corner. And up over the finish, although it was quite sluggish out of that final, and the clock was still running at that point. I think it was 79.23 at the end. So next up, so we're into Riley's now. Riley Brooklands type cars, and that's 16, which is Roland Woodley. Tom Gollan's gone in the interim, I believe, in car number 15. Whether he's made it to the top, I don't know. Let's have a look. 57.38 for Tom Golland. He was here yesterday in his Morgan car dating back to 1924. We've got some wonderful cars here, including the Chrysler course car that James Baxter's driving, which is a 1926 Chrysler, which is just a stunning piece of kit. Just amazing to imagine. This car is 100 years old, and it runs along very nicely on the road. Of course, he's been running around and enjoying it, and it's now looking for a new home. So if anyone wants a beautiful old Chrysler that's 100 years old and could enjoy the pathos of driving down the pub or going and doing a VSCC trial or something.
Rufus Flan just leaving the line. In Austin 7 Supersports, which is supercharged.
Yes, quick car driver combination. Rufus is one of the young hot shoes within the VSCC. He races in historic Formula Junior. And seen him out in his dad's Fraser Nash as well.
Perhaps he'll get the nickname that his dad had, and we'll call him Flangio.
Oh, that's quite possible. We've got a Pangio in one of the other championships we see. Mark Pangborn, Suffolk racer. His name is Pangio among his mates. We've got now setting off. We've got car number 19, which is Simon Thorpe in Riley Brooklands. Rufus Flan, has he got to the top? He has, and that is car number 18, Rufus Flan. His time a 57.81. Another of the youngsters, this is Harry Baxter in the HRG, the personal best time yesterday at the 500 Owners Association meeting in this car, and both car and driver going very, very well. So watch for that car. This is the Will Mahaney car that's had such success on circuits and on hills over the HRG 1100. There's another time coming. It's number 19, that is Simon Thorpe, 59.51. So we've been a minute up here. That's what is going on. But we'll see some times sub 50 later on. Saw some great action yesterday, and we're going to see Waterfield driving the Clipper Norton Mark 9 that he won the 500 class yesterday. Close run thing with teammate Ollie Leston not far behind, grandson of 1954 British Formula 3 champion Les Leston, and also going really well yesterday Charles Reynolds driving the beautiful Cooper Jap V Twin, in which David Bosher-Jones, the Welshman, now in his early 90s, won 3 successive British Hillclimb Championships in 1958, 1959 and 1960. What's on the hill now? It's 32. We go over the page into Class 3. 32, Derek Tew with the Wolseley Hornet Special. Rebecca Wiseman in 31, the Fraser Nash Interceptor.
I think the car on the line is, in fact, Matilda Jones.
Is it?
Patience, the well-known.
Okay, so 66.96 for 31. Yep, so it's 33 on the line then. And that is, as you say,
Yep, 33.
Matilda Jones, which goes well. And I've seen her on track a few times at recent seasons. 35 coming down. It's Louis Parkin with a Fraser Nash Super Sports. Got such a wonderful miscellany of cars in the paddock and shown off to such brilliant effect in this sunshine, John.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it, that a lot of these young drivers are second or third generation of VSCC families.
Very much the way it works, isn't it?
I mean, Patience was, of course, a long while ago being run by Tony Jones, who was, then Annabelle Jones had it, and now we've got Matilda Jones driving it.
Say sorry to my daughters then for not having nice cars for them to drive.
Yes.
I think only one of them would, in fairness, but unless maybe that will happen one day.
We've got number 36, which is Richard Jenkins, is an N-type MG Magnet, which is basically the last production MG Magnet in Kimber's time, before they became just a part of the Morris Empire. They were always a part of the Morris Empire, really, but
Morris Garages being MG.
Prior to that, they were pretty independent down there in Abingdon, with Cecil Kimber doing more or less what he liked, so long as he used Morris or Wolseley bits.
And the Magnet, one of the models on which the MG Car Club Triple M register was formed. We had more than 20 of those racing at Castle Combe last Monday, putting on an absolutely wonderful show, and they want to be back next year, which is great news.
The sharp-eyed amongst you will notice that the N-type Magnet has a capacity of 1271 cc's, which you will note is exactly the same as a number of Wolseley Hornet Specials, and that's because effectively it's the same engine. But
lots of badge engineering. We saw a Riley 1.5 yesterday, as opposed to a Wolseley 1500, and thus was always the case, wasn't it?
Well, of course, they were badge engineers based on the Morris Minor. David Saxel in his Riley TT Sprite, in the rather attractive yellow and blue colour scheme.
It's a kind of cream and turquoise, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like it should be an ice cream van. It should have some very, very nice "Stop Me and Buy One" on it. It's a nice lettering.
It was that colour, I believe, when David bought it, and he has been a long-term competitor with the VSCC in a number of cars.
Talbot, I remember.
Yeah, he's got a Talbot, and he used to compete with a Riley Special, but he seems to be enjoying his motorsport still, and I did just speak to him before we started, and he looked happy.
I was very happy this morning in the paddock. I managed to sort him out with the programme. So time's still coming in. So any practice times, I think that's another under a minute was car number 37. 37, that was Mark Roston Edwards with the GN Annie.
I think that's John Jones on the line. Of course, another second generation. John Giles, oh, sorry, another second generation, Freddie Giles' son. And many VSCC people will remember Freddie with Salome, went everywhere sideways, and was quite a specialist here at Wiscombe.
Yes, they were from the sort of Wiltshire area, weren't they? So not millions of miles away from here.
And another Flan lot with Jeremy Flan, which of course was the earlier generation, basically. A Fraser Nash Supersports.
Yes, going back to the back end of the 1920s, number 43 coming through is the little Bugatti Brescia T13 of Richard Marsh.
And of course, we're those who are familiar with the club over a long period of time will remember his father, David Marsh, running that car for many years and trialling it and doing driving tests with it. Every event he could, he would do it.
Like a versatile car.
Oh, I mean, considering that they were basically pre-First War, they're remarkable cars for 1500. And
Really?
called a Brescia because they took the first 3 places at a race in Brescia. It was a voiturette race, but completely dominated it. And so from then on, the cars became called Brescias.
And Brescia, also the starting point for the Mille Miglia
Yeah.
races. Also the hometown of Bruno Giacomelli, who won the 1978 European Formula 2 Championship. Delightful fellow, total Anglophile, and it went on to race obviously in Grand Prix cars.
And doesn't a Brescia sound crisp?
It does. It's very short wheelbase, isn't it?
Yeah, very short wheelbase. Well, that is the shortest wheelbase. They were available with 3 different wheelbases, and to be honest, the longer wheelbase ones are more livable with. There's not a lot of room in a short wheelbase Brescia. Have a very interesting valve gear with sliding fingers. They're 4 valve per cylinder, and they have these strange curved sliding banana-shaped fingers, tappets that operate. Very clever, but you have to white metal the holes that those fingers slide in, and that's not so clever.
Not the work of a moment.
No.
There's some amazing engineering over the years. Obviously, you see it all within the VSCC, but you even I remember the Archie Butterworth's engine, which they tried to use in I think in Grand Prix racing at one point, which had a very, very complicated system. Simplicity, kind of, you would have thought, would have done the trick more often than not.
Yeah. Yes, of course, Archie Butterworth intended that to be a Grand Prix car, didn't he?
Exactly. Yeah.
And
put it in the Aston chassis, Aston Butterworth. I know somebody's got one of those engines actually. Was going to try to get it into a car at some point. It's at least Francis Hyper, is that I saw? Oh, I think it is.
no, it's another generational thing. Look, Richard Pilkington with the 1750 Alpha, Zagato-bodied Alpha, and of course the family go down from there, still racing Alphas. They've always been big Alpha people, and interesting to see people still competing with such valuable cars.
Yep, absolutely. Locally based, aren't they? Are they
Yeah.
not from Totnes, weren't they?
Well, they used to be from Totnes. I don't know if they still live there.
Okay. Had a little museum there, didn't they? At one point. And daughter Erica will be along in a minute. Number 71, the 3098.
Almost the car, the 3098 was almost the car that's responsible for the Vintage Sports Car Club being in existence at all. And it was after 1930 when a few enthusiasts got together and said, Christ, we made better cars than the vintage, well, they didn't call it the vintage period then, but in the 20s than we're making now, we'd better start a club to preserve them. And
one of the early progenitors was Anthony Heels, near Heels, the furniture store fame in Tottenham Court Road in London.
yes, indeed.
My wife has the hots for a Heels sofa. Unfortunately, I think it's about the same price as a Formula Ford engine, which I prefer.
Well, I think, better not go there, but I would have guessed there's more you can do with a Formula Ford engine than you can with a Heels sofa.
Well, you can. It's a very comfortable sofa, a magnificent sofa, but it was just $7,000. That was the.
Yes, well, it's nice to have these obsessions with owning.
Don't have to
something.
rebuild a sofa, do you, every 1,000 miles or whatever?
No, yeah.
I suppose. 58.09 for car 52, which is Mike Pallett with the Lee Francis Hyper. So that was a good competitive time. 42 earlier on, we saw that was Tony Wood in the Fraser Nash, did a splendid time, 54.33. 40 and 39 were also in that sub-minute bracket. 55s for number 40, which was Jeremy Flann with his Fraser Nash. And that's the end of a session.
Red light, red flags, and they will all return down the hill.
They will.
It's a serious disadvantage for a hill climb not to have a return road, isn't it? And
in terms of keeping a programme flowing, yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
You've got to stop, and of course Shelsley's the same. Most of them are the same, aren't they? You know, there's Harewood.
Prescott's got a return road, hasn't it?
Prescott has a return road. Harewood has a return road because the cars actually finish in the paddock.
Yes, yes.
So they go downhill from the start and come all the way around and come back and end up in the paddock at the top of the hill. But there are a number of other minor hill climbs here in this area, aren't there? There are a number of hill climbs in Cornwall.
Oh, absolutely.
That people don't know about. You mentioned Great Auckland earlier.
I went there in '69,
right,
and right through to when it finished in the early '70s.
There has just been published an
It's a great book.
incredible book.
It's a wonderful book.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And you think, what induced a man? Because
Steve Lovegrove lived at the top of the hill when he was a kid.
Yeah, and there can't be any profit in publishing a book like that.
It's a labour of love, and it's
absolutely
it's
wonderful.
superb book. I bought two copies. I bought one for myself and one for my brother for his 65th birthday.
Right.
Which was really cool. And so I went there. The first one I went to was '69, and I saw Roy Lane win his second RAC National Championship round. He'd won at Doon previously, and so it takes me back. But the days of David Hepworth, who's Sandblaster Special, is running again this year. It's out for the first time in many, many years with Tim Thompson and Jonathan Flesher driving it. Still overseen by the Hepworth family. David Good, the amazing one-armed David Good, who won the British Hillclimb Championship in 1961 with the Cooper V Twin. He was a regular there. Sir Nicholas Williamson, who was another doughty competitor.
Alistair Douglas Osborne. Everybody called him ADO.
Yeah, he won one championship in a Pilbeam, and Mike Pilbeam's mark went on to win, I think it was 18 British Hillclimb Championships with different drivers. The Goulds have now surpassed that with 25.
Goulds are preeminent at the moment.
That's absolutely right.
And interesting to see that this year they are actually running a 1980s car.
They've come back with the 84 car, which won the championship with Chris Kramer, and unfortunately had a whoopsie. Sean had a whoopsie at Prescott.
Yeah, it did.
When the rear suspension collapsed going into the S's.
Which looked horrible. It
pitched it into the air, didn't it? And it nosedived. Yeah, it was.
Threw the car up into the air.
Yeah.
But fortunately, without any injury, and probably without too much damage to the car.
It got quite a rev on it, I heard on the YouTube. Funnily enough, its first event was here at the start of 1984, and I took photographs of it coming into Sawbench Hairpin, and by the end of that season I'd driven it for the first time. I've driven it 3 times different engines every time, always at Harewood.
When I first came here with the VSCC, their first ever meeting here, the VSCC's first ever meeting.
When was that?
I wish you hadn't asked that.
It was in the
Marcus.
last century, wasn't it?
Yeah, the last thing. But amazingly, in those days, you could see up the hill there
Yep.
that the trees had all been cut down by the previous owners.
Okay.
Because they bought the estate for the timber.
Ah.
But it's amazing how it's grown up. That just shows how long I've been doing this, doesn't it?
I'll say it started here in 1958 in terms of speed venue, which was the year I was born. And I probably came here the first time towards the back end of the 1970s, and been a regular since. Competed here into the early 1990s.
Look at that Yushin Nugs 35. What a beautiful car that is. And I was talking to him last week about it, and I said I'm commentating at Wiscombe next week. I said, so I'll be able to say whatever I like about you, because you won't be able to hear. You'll have your helmet on and the car running.
The Bugatti is stunning, isn't it? And
It is an absolutely fabulous car.
And I recall Matchbox models of yesteryear making one in that very livery.
Yep. Well, of course, when he bought it, and it came from the Jakes family, you know,
Okay.
the croquet mallet people, yeah. And it was
is that a Peerless or a Warwick GT?
Yes, it is.
And look at the Lister.
Peerless.
Look at the Lister.
Yeah. All coming in off the road.
And then the 1926 Chrysler of James Baxter completing the course marshalling duties. BMW coming down to the line, and still got cars, a course car coming back. That's why the red flags are still out, while the course car reverses into the slot at Wiz Corner.
The BMW 328 is Vijay Mallya, who we've already seen with the Sunbeam Tiger.
Yes. Yeah.
So he's having a busy day out then. He's quite quick in that 328.
Yeah, it's a lovely car that Patrick Blake Nibbles has double driven on occasions in recent times. He's looking after the cars here, as I understand it.
And I turned one down when I was a student, an immaculate silver 328 for £25. And I hadn't got £25, I'd only got £15.
That's the usual thing, isn't it? Only my checkbook or only my pocket stood in the way of the ownership.
Yes, exactly.
I turned down my worst ever non-deal was in 1986. I went to a workshop in Milan to buy a Chevron sports car, which was a pretty ratty old thing, but it was £8,000 complete, needing some resto. In the corner, under a sheet, was a Formula One Gordon Murray designed Brabham BT42 with a Cosworth DFE, and it could have been mine for £14,000, and now that's probably, I don't know, £500,000, something like that. Yeah.
Very crisp, that BMW engine of
Gorgeous.
Vijay Mallya. Very fast too.
Yeah, straight six with the triple carbs over the top. It's really nice.
Yeah, cross pushrod, a very clever design, because it's like a twin cam, has the same benefits of a twin cam, but in fact uses pushrods. But they weren't the first people to do that. In fact, Rover did it in the 20s. The 1650 Rover has a cross push-rod engine.
That's what I love about having John Staveley alongside, because every day is a school day. He probably remembers the Rover from his youth. I don't.
Yes.
We probably saw one. It was a bit out of period by then. But
The Motor Museum at Gaydon had one when they were exclusively British Leyland related, until Ford bought the place, of course. And they had one there, and they sold it to a man in Norfolk for an incredibly cheap price. And it is totally original, with a beautiful Doctor's Coupe body on it. And I did an article about it in the VSCC Bulletin back in the days when I was editor of that august publication.
I had a meeting with somebody at Gaydon at that. What do they call it? Is it called the British Motor Museum now, or something like that? I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago that I went.
It's got heritage in the name.
Yeah, and I kind of went there, and I went over the brow, and you go into that sort of dip where you see the museum, and it looks like Tubby's house off off the kiddies' TV program. Very, very odd.
Of course,
fantastic contents and beautifully laid out.
And they now have the Jaguar Heritage Museum there as well. So, well worth going to see.
I look forward. Well, I will make a point of going there next time I pick up my daughter from Union, Birmingham. I can go on the way.
And they have an amazing collection of photographs, books, stuff they've been given. And all libraries. I mean, I went and collected some books the other day for the VSCC library, and people just give them to them. We've got a Mr. Fack, I think, on the... I can't see the number because someone's standing in the way.
72.
But
Can't you see the transparent marshal? It says 72.
yes, it's John Fack in that Railton Light Sports, and that's a quick car. Of course, if you want a gazebo for your race car, the Facks are the people to see. They make very fancy gazebos.
Okay, well, gazebos are us.
I'm sure that the VSCC gazebo is a Fack-made gazebo.
I used to be impressed by the easy ups that were around for many years in the paddocks. They were easy up and difficult down. If there was only one of you.
Well, going back to powerboat racing, we got into real trouble at Rother Valley. We were invited to race there. Tiffany Dell came and raced with us. We were invited to race there, and a number of our drivers putting their gazebos up on the tarmac used bolt guns to fix them down.
That went down well then.
That went down very well because it was newly built.
Why hasn't someone come up with a really, really simple solution to filling potholes, of which there are so many in every road? Just a sort of a resin that you drop in, and it just fits in, it finds its own level, and it fills the hole perfectly. It can be done very quickly, very effectively, I would have thought, but perhaps it will offend some sensibilities or somebody who holds a patent for something or other.
I don't know, I hit a big one on the A14 yesterday, and I'm amazed that was there a week ago when I went and it's still there, and it's to a dangerous level, I would say. You know, you're in danger of damaging tyre, wheel, whatever, even suspension.
There was a road closure, motorway closure in Hampshire recently, and you had to take the old A30 past Amazingstoke, as it's now known. I reckon there were probably 8 cars between there and Winchester that were punctured by potholes. And it was getting dark, and the rescue services vehicles was working overtime.
Did he fail on the hill? Why has the 3098 returned?
I think they might be going to enact a tug of war
Well, that'd be interesting,
A
wouldn't
rope
it?
put between. What's going to happen? What do you predict? No, never
Well,
mind.
I've got to say, I think the Railton probably is lower geared and probably has more torque.
Yeah. But it's got a reverse uphill, whereas
Oh, come on, Marcus, we're
The-
being silly now, aren't
the
we?
Vauxhall is a remarkable colour. It looks distinctly like BS 108, which is aircraft blue. Whether it is or it's not, I don't know, but it is very, very pretty. I think they're going to try and turn it round. I think it was flagged maybe in the previous run. Quite easy to turn a short wheelbase car round there, but a little bit more complicated.
The 3098s are not renowned for their steering lock.
It is stunning, isn't it?
It looks so right because it's got the correct width wheels and on it and tyres, and it makes it look so much more vintage than.
Would the bonnet be left unpainted, do you think? Or
Well, it might have been, yes.
it actually, I think it enhances the look of the car rather than detracts from it. It's rather splendid. So 70. Roger Thorpe.
Yeah, Roger Thorpe,
Turning
yes, is a very regular competitor with the VSCC. Sort of a mainstay of the 3098 brigade. They tend to turn up in numbers for some events, don't they? 3098s.
Yeah, sometimes we see Gregor Fiskin brings out the car, that car that raced at Brooklands. Sort of British Racing brown colour.
Yes, I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate you calling it British Racing Brown.
It's the colour reserved for the Hexagon of Highgate Formula One team in the 70s. Paul Michaels' team. It also ran Formula 5000, the Trojan T101, and the Brabhams in Formula One. John Watson given an opportunity from time to time.
Considering we're still in practice, there's quite a crowd down here in front of us, isn't there?
Appreciating the glorious fresh air and the sunshine.
Sunshine, yeah.
Yesterday was much like this. Yet earlier in the week, the forecast was pretty gruesome on the weekend. But
Well, Kerbra last weekend, the forecast the day before and all day was that it was going to rain all day, and it never rained at all. There wasn't even a light mist of rain. It just didn't rain.
I remember the first time I went to Cobra and I couldn't find it. I knew roughly where it was, within about probably 2 or 3 square miles. But long before the days of mobile phones with Google Maps on or whatever else, and I couldn't find it. Eventually, I resorted to flashing my lights and stopping a police car that was coming the other way. Excuse me, officer, but I'm lost. I'm trying to find Kerbra sprint course, and I was only 2 or 3 miles away, probably max. And he said he had absolutely no idea where it was. Anyway, so I could hear a car running in the fairly close proximity, so I kind of leant out of the window, thought it was coming from that direction, and went over there. Got there, asked the man on the gate, sort of find the policeman where Kerbra was. He said he couldn't find it. He said, we'd like to keep it that way, sir.
Well, today you'd probably find it difficult to find Kerbra because the road has been closed because of the HS2, which they're not building.
Ah, yes.
I'm confused that the Roger Thorpe went off across a red light. It's now changed to green, but it was previously red.
Roger Thorpe was, yes, he was red flagged. So top now.
And that's of course another Vauxhall 3098 with Erica Pilkington.
Roger Thorpe 8118 with the Vauxhall number 70. So, yeah, 71 is Erica Pilkington. 39. And here goes John Fack.
John Fack.
The Railton Motorsports, one of the renowned Sporting Trials family.
I expect this to be fast. And next we're going to Edwardians.
I remember riding up a Sporting Trials section with Julian Fack once, somewhere over in the Cotswolds area, and I think their car at that point was the Impunity, and then they made some replicas which were called, fantastically, facsimiles.
Facsimiles, yes.
It had so much torque it could virtually go straight up the side of a double-decker bus. Look at that.
Tim Harrison's De Dion, which you can hear doesn't have a lot of cylinders. Perhaps just the one.
I'm intrigued at the this Mitchell board racer, the Mitchell Special.
Yes, which we haven't seen for a while, but it's...
I don't think I've ever seen it before, but maybe I haven't.
It has been about for a while, and then it disappeared and we didn't see it for quite a while, and now it's reappeared, so that's... it's an interesting car.
'84 coming down as well, which is Archie Bullitt with the Picard Pictet with a Sturtevant Aero engine in it.
I believe that Sturtevant V8 engine, I believe that is the only one of those engines running anywhere in the world.
Really. Archie Bullitt drove it very well in the recent races at Goodwood.
And of course it still belongs to a former president of the club, Jeff Smith. Very, very popular man who had to retire due to ill health, but now I saw him, had a long talk with him at Kerbera, and glad to say that Jeff's in fine fettle and much enjoying life again.
Excellent. Good to
And
hear.
it's his car, and Archie drives it well.
Picard Pictet of Geneva. Little badge on the front, Pic.
Yeah.
Well, there goes Archie Bullitt down to the line. The Mitchell board racer has gone up through the gate. Car number 83.
Of course, the Pick is very fast, built by the Bakers, and they raced it successfully for a number of years and then sold it to Jeff Smith. Tremendous amount of torque. I mean, it probably only has something like 100 brake horsepower, but a huge amount of torque from 9 litres.
Low revving, I would expect something. 3.41 seconds over the first start acceleration for the 83 car. Let's see what the Pickpicks does. 84, also 3.31 by the looks of things.
So we've moved on to another class.
So the time therefore for 83, which was Ian Seymour Smith and Mitchell Board Racer, 65.93. Look at that time for the Pick Largy Bullet. Number 84, 55.18, 55.18.
Which is quite remarkable for a car that is essentially pre-First War, and of course doesn't have as many brakes as some cars.
Particularly nimble around the two hairpins, but its 55-second run suggests that it's going very strongly. 90 online is this beautiful Austin 7 Special with the self-built wooden boat sail body on it. It's an absolute work of art. I've seen it in the past a couple of years ago. And this is David Mitchell in car number 90.
I think they actually had the idea from the tulip wood Hispano Suiza that used to reside in the UK many years ago, but I believe is in the States now. There's so many cars that we used to see regularly have disappeared abroad, and back then the only place you could use them was basically with the VSCC.
Car 731. Just looking for
Sophie Wiseman.
is that a double-driven car?
Yes, Rebecca and Sophie Wiseman.
Okay. Time then for 81.80.
And I think you'll find that a previous generation of Wiseman is driving Type 35 Bugatti.
We're into a strong small capacity special sports cars class. Quite a few Austin specials among them, and some are a little bit more racy than others. There's a Riley in that group, a couple of Rileys in that group as well.
Yes, well, both Riley 9s and Austin 7s have been a mainstay of special building for a very long while.
The numbers were strong in the first place, and there were lots of parts available, or longevity of the equipment.
Well, of course, with Austin 7s, certainly it was that they had a period when they were so cheap that people would buy an Austin 7 and say, I'm going to make it a sports car.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And a lot of those cars are built quite a long while ago now, but they've survived and still compete with us.
My grandfather had a couple of Austin 7 chummies at different points. I think when my mum was small, my mum's in the 90s, but I don't remember my grandfather ever driving, but obviously did at one point. Remarkably versatile Austin 7s. I drove one at Alton Park just around the infield about 25-30 years ago. Remarkably light and tractable, and of course the Austin 7 was the basis of the first British club racing championship with the 750 Motor Club. Started in the early 1950s. I think Charles Bulmer was one of the early stars.
Now, of course, the 750 Motor Club, I believe, was actually pre-war originally.
It wasn't really the time to start a club until 1939.
Bill Body was involved with it.
Yeah.
Bill Boddy, for those who don't know out there, was of course the editor of Motorsport.
Which was founded in the year 1924.
Amazing that now you can get the whole run of Motorsport on 5 discs, which is very handy because they take up a lot less space than the bound volumes.
But you can't flick through them in the bath.
You can't flick through them in the bath, but you can search them.
On the phone and then drop it.
So, well, I was thinking perhaps on your desktop computer, but
Yes.
I do find it very useful when I'm working on a magazine. If I want to look something up, I can instantly put the disc in this drive and search for what I'm looking for. And you can put, the driver's name, Titterington. Put in Titterington.
Desmond Titterington comes up.
Yeah. Yes, he was, of course, a Works Jaguar D-type driver, and I did business with a nephew of his, probably 30 years ago now, but he told me of his uncle. He said he took me for a ride through Belfast in a car, and he said nobody ever got in a car twice with Desmond driving.
Is on the hill, one of the double-driven cars that's future class. Just the excellent way it's all handled. We sort of run double drivers at different times in the rest of the cars, just freeing them up to run with their regular classmates. 111 is now away, which is Andrew Briggs, the 24 special.
The Riley twin high camshaft engine, which is not an overhead cam engine, but it is camshafts high up in the block with short push rods, but it has made a very successful engine and really made Riley what they were. They used engines from 1100 up to 2.5 litre, all based on that same design.
It was Riley's, wasn't it, that Mike Hawthorne sprang to prominence in before he got into the Cooper Bristol in the 1950s. And by the end of the 50s, of course, he was world champion, very short-lived world champion. He was a road accident in Guildford.
On the Hog's Back, he's
climbing up towards the Hog's Back,
in the Mark 1. But of course they weren't called a Mark 1 then, they were called a 3.4, weren't they? Because there was no Mark 2 to differentiate from.
Exactly. 115 is now on the hill. That's Joanne White in the Riley Falcon Special.
And then we've got Paul Compton in the Worsley Aries Special, which basically uses parts of two Fiat 500s to have the suspension front and rear, and a Worsley Hornet engine.
So the Topolino suspension, which is also used in the early Cooper 500s.
Yeah, absolutely. How many Topolinos were lost to that?
No, how many Coopers were gained? The positive.
Yeah, well, there's always two ways of looking at things on.
Indeed, the Topolino body was also very popular with the drag racing fraternity for competition alters. Yes, 60 years of Santa Pod Raceway this year. There's the Dragstalgia event coming up, I think, in June, which will be absolutely awesome. The Nostalgia Nationals were last week. It's never been. Do give it a go. It's just it's very, very different. You may never want to go again, but on the other hand, you might also be hooked.
I think once a year is quite an entertainment, and I have in the past tried to go to the main event, which is where all the top field dragsters run, and because they've reduced the length now to 1,000 feet because they were getting too fast, and yet at 1,000 feet, I saw the other day a car did a run in 3.9 seconds and 348 miles an hour in 1,000 feet.
What is interesting in all that is that the hoo-ha post-Brexit has made it a nightmare for people to bring cars from abroad, as it has for historic vintage racing, but also the amount of corporate spend that's around now is restricting the numbers in the top classes and everything. Sounds raucous, doesn't it? That's the Morgan Riley.
Well, now that's been a very successful car over the years, and it's basically Morgan Riley, so it's a Morgan chassis with a Riley engine.
This is 121. It's also running 721 double driven with Ian Standing coming out later. 121 David Pryke. Dr. David Pryke, he was out yesterday with the Morgan Riley.
Yep, and Ian Standing, of course, has a Brooklands Riley, which he normally competes with. And I was talking to Ian the other day, and he tells me that he'd had the engine rebuilt, and it became very quickly problematical, and so he's had to have the job done all over again. And so he's currently, in order to compete, he's having to borrow cars until his Brooklands is back in action.
David Pryke 50.30 with car 121, the Morgan Riley 44. Car that dates back to 1936, so 90 years old. A great day yesterday. Running very strongly. 51.95 for 119. Dr. Christopher Downham, so the Doc's doing very well. He's in the Riley 9 Ulster Imp Rep. So 50.3, 51.95. Just looking at any other low 50s, 55, 10 for 752. So the end of that batch. Lots of catering opportunities in the sunny paddock here, and the bar tent is doing a roaring trade by the looks of things.
There's a new catering unit that's never been there before over there.
On the outside of Wiz Corner.
Hidden from us by the tree, but it's definitely there. I saw it as I came down. And that is definitely a new feature.
Well, very justified when you've got a super throng of spectators.
Yes, although when we went to Silverstone, which always has a good crowd of spectators, they decided not to open all the burger bars.
That was unfathomable, really, because the paddock was jam-packed, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, one or two latecomers found it very difficult to park up there before the racing got underway. The spring start.
people pouring up the hill here, so they're all coming to look at the cars in the paddock, aren't they, at this stage?
It's a good plan.
It is a very good plan, and you'll find the owners friendly and always willing to talk about their cars.
I was looking at the among the Bentleys, etc. There's the Citroen Traction Avant up there.
Yep.
Never seen one in that colour. Thought they came in pretty much any colour, provided it was black, or grey occasionally, or cream. But I've never seen one in pale gold.
We used to have one that competed regularly with the VSCC. It used to race Willie Sellers.
Okay.
And quite successfully for quite a number of years that raced.
Gold MG, was it a YA that used to run? Was it Frank Vautier? He was quick in circuit racing. Unusual car.
What time did John Factor in the Railton?
Let's find out what number he was. Number 72. I'll roll back through the. Time of 58.60. What a sight that is.
Yeah.
Cars from right through from Bunnies down into the paddock.
Unimog back in Sorbent.
I was remembering earlier when we had all the ERAs here for a VSCC meeting. They put a marquee on in front of the house here, and sadly it poured with rain all day long.
David Morris was fairly centrally involved in that.
Yeah, David
Newton Abbott way.
kind of organised it. There's a rather modern looking car coming. These are obviously people coming to the paddock now from outside at the back of the competition cars. So we've got a Bentley. And an MGA.
I've seen several beautiful MGAs in recent weeks, completely out of context on the road. I saw two in one day, about 100 miles apart. Whether they were going to a mark gathering or I don't know. James Baxter in the Chrysler coming back into the paddock. Transporting the club dignitaries in a manner to which they would like to become accustomed.
I always, looking at the Bentley behind us now, always remember someone in a motoring press describing it as being, sitting in one of those as being like in a gentleman's club and ensconced in leather and Wilton carpet and not at all like motoring, but nonetheless they are quite fast things, aren't they?
I went on the Mulsanne Turbo press lot at Le Mans. It took us down to Le Mans and I had 140 something out of it.
As opposed to a very expensive engine rebuild. Or the new block.
Yeah, it's a pity they dropped that engine, not for any good reason other than financial. It was amazingly, despite its age, it was still able to comply with emission regulations and forthcoming emission regulations. There's quite a crowd in front of the house now.
He's probably going to be a length of it. He's probably got a bit. Can I have 3.5 metres?
This is sort of pipe that you use for.
It's not radiator.
Well, I was going to say from the filler cap to the fuel cap. To the fuel.
I'm intrigued by the number plate on the front of the Lister. Looks like it's been
Hidden.
hidden very nicely. I guess a real number plate will appear at some point.
I believe that the requirement actually is that the number plates on cars on the road should be vertical. Don't know how that applies to E-type Jaguars. Where they're always stuck on the bonnet.
They're not on the front of motorcycles anymore, are they?
No, they no longer have to have a number plate because on the front because they're considered dangerous. A sharp edge, a sharp vertical edge.
So 130 is on the course now, which is moving into class 11, Birmingham Alvis Special. 131 is also away, that's Richard White with the Fraser Nash Super Sports. This one with a 2-litre engine.
Have we seen the 500s?
I saw one or two go down. There's quite a number of them still in the paddock, staying on from yesterday.
There seem to be 8 entered. Certainly I haven't seen 8.
This is 712 on the course now.
I keep thinking you can do a scan.
Time for 7:07:61.
Coming up at the start is Anthony Norton in the 1250 Alvis, which was another mainstay of the VSCC when it first started. The 1250 was a partner to the 3098 Vauxhall in the formation of the club.
Going down to the line now is Erna Bergman with the Austin 7 Special. I've taken it up. 712, 56.73. 133, 62.38. 33, that's Simon Bowyer, the Fraser Nash Colmore Open 4-seater. There goes Eleanor Bergman. Lost in yes. Here comes the Morgan Riley again. Car.
Paul Mullins.
The MGK special. That's a lovely car. Beautiful.
Yes, the new president of the VSCC.
There you go. Should we bow deferentially?
Touch our forelock.
Yeah. Well,
we've still got one.
You've got some forelock. I'm sure I have.
Yes, a K-type that looks like a K3, but undoubtedly it's not a K3, but a special built to look like one. Very attractive it is too.
Count Johnny Lorani raced a K3.
Sorry?
Count Lorani raced a K3, I believe.
Nuvolari raced a K3 in the Tourist Trophy. The Isle of Man. Very many famous people did, and quite amazing performance because they were only 1100 cc. Most current ones appear to be 1500, but they were all 1100 cc originally.
Yeah, it's a 1500 supercharged MG of Paul Mullins. 33. I can see the PIMs breaking out.
Perhaps if we sit with our tongues hanging out, someone will bring us a Pimm's, a cold Pimm's.
Trouble is, we might be then accused of speaking totally this afternoon. There's a stout time, 7:21. They're showing us 7:21 again, rather than I had 1:21 this side. The Morgan Riley 55.69. .138 sounding strong. David Knight, Fraser 1971 cc. This is Joe Lakely Edwards, I think, on the hill, 138. 39, sorry, that's off the start line. 3:03, good start, so good launch from Joe Lakely Edwards.
Yes, Blakeney Edwards seem to be here in force. I've seen Simon, former president of the VSCC, and Pat, who's of course an extremely fast Fraser Nash driver, amongst other things.
Yeah, Simon's an official today rather than competing. And, Joe out in the family super sports.
Yeah.
Blakeney was 51.47. That's an excellent time.
Was that Simon Taylor just left?
I saw the HWM Stovebolt
Stovebolt,
special
yeah.
in the paddock.
Well, you should get a time very shortly for him, I think.
Car 220. So I don't see that on the recent box. It'd be out of order if he was running. He runs a little later. 5.7 litre Chevy. Nothing to black car. She's road driven from Chiswick. Elegant special car for the elegant body, isn't it? On that 166.
Yes, and the interesting Singer Spikings, the Bantam Special, where the driver seems to sit so inordinately high.
So I thought it had been designed around the driver.
Well, I suspect it was probably designed around a different driver. But nowadays, and for many years, has been run by Neil Thorpe. And it was imported back from Australia, I believe. When he bought it back from Australia, and it's been competing with the club ever since. But it is an interesting special, a period special, of course.
168 Samuel Archer coming down. Had a good day yesterday. Following 169 James Burmester with the MGPA special. It's a supercharged car.
Yes, interestingly, it always makes me think that he wanted an ERA but couldn't afford one, so he built a car that to look like an ERA.
It's a fair aspiration, though, isn't it? So
Yeah, why not? I don't know what an ERA currently makes, but I suspect the one you talked about earlier would make a lot more money now than it did 10 years ago.
Absolutely. .172 coming down is Finn Hope Cameron. Morgan Super Special.
A very fast car.
Well, the young generation of Camerons, Finn and Fergus and Hamish, all going well. Hamish's mum running in the Ray Formula Ford today. Gigi we'll see later.
Behind him is the very interesting CC, which looks incredibly narrow.
And those wheels look like they sort of come out of a voisin or something like that.
Well, they're very narrow wheels, but probably just as well that it hasn't got too much grip.
And the rip special coming down. Driver has clearly taken his brave pills. Away goes Finley Hope Cameron. 34-36 Morgan special. Ultra low line. One of the Cameron family from Malvern.
Extremely quick up the straight towards the gate.
Yes, makes his time later on. Doesn't make his time with initial acceleration. He's putting that power through one wheel.
Yes, that is always a problem with three-wheeler Morgans, that getting them off the line is quite a technique, and you've only got one tyre to transmit the power through.
.172, Finley Hope Cameron, 49.85 seconds. That is super rapid. 181 going up now is the Morgan Rip Special. Ollie Leston driving the car. Ollie Leston and his brother Harry driving today. One of the cars from Justin Mills' stable.
Another family with a history.
Absolutely. 1954 British Formula 3 champion Grand Prix and other things. With the absolute pioneers of speed shop equipment, racing overalls, very nicely crafted steering wheels, which the family's now doing again. The wood-rimmed wheels. Look at Les Leston today on Facebook outlets.
Michael James on the line with a very, very fast Riley Special.
Yes, the Cotton Special. Bodywork built by his buddy, it's Paul Cotton, down in Cornwall. Sounds like stretching that gear all the way to the gate.
Yeah. Yes, then having to brake quite hard. Obviously we're going to have a return of cars from the top now, because the course car has just left Whisk Corner and is headed off up the straight towards gate.
.184 then, Michael James, a 50.26 seconds, 50.26 seconds. 181 do 51.76 for the Rip Special with Ollie Leston. See how Harry gets on with it.
So Michael James was actually not as quick as the Finn Cameron Morgan.
No, I mean in different classes,
Yeah,
but yeah, it's fair old performance. Got Bugattis coming up in the next class. Richard Wiseman with his Type 35, Yushin with his, the Alta 61 IS single seater of Ian Baxter. Vijay Mallya with the Sunbeam Tiger, mighty 4-litre supercharged Sunbeam Tiger, and Robin Harcourt-Smith with the latest incumbent of the Fraser Nash Alvis Norris Special.
Yeah.
Yes, interestingly, it always makes me think that he wanted a Neo Ray but couldn't afford one. So he built.
I'm releasing the cars now. Over.
Some quick single-seaters to come. We're going to the 500 Owners Association Class 8 strong today to round off the set of qualifying runs.
It would be useful to have a list of the non-starters, wouldn't it?
It would, and we'll try and get an updated list over the lunch break, so we can know who to expect later on. Very good entry, strong entry. We had it yesterday as well, and at the moment the conditions are absolutely perfect, aren't they? I mean, it's breezier than it was yesterday. Quite a stiff breeze. Earlier this morning at least.
And I expect if you walk to the top of the hill, you could enjoy the bluebells.
You could. And the rhododendrons. One of the things we will get later on is we should get an overall top 12 picking up on our screens once we're into the full competition mode.
Well, you know, it'd be interesting to see. I mean,
just seeing Dr. Charles Pithers, Fraser Nash Ulster, rather beautiful. 150. There is Mike Scott's Fraser Nash mole rep.
well, basically, I had it well sussed out on the end. I had a very good team guide, and basically, if you work it out, you've got 2 points.
Austin 7. Osto Card, Peter Aspin.
We've got an interesting selection of cars behind us in this little private car park, haven't we? Including what looks like an ex-War Department Tourer. With very big wheels and very wide tyres and a beige desert rat colour. But I think it's an Allard.
Yes, it is the very much travelled Allard that was featured yesterday. Dave Pearce was in the paddock with the proud owners, driven it all over the place. Halfway around the world, I think they've been with it, over many, many years.
They've been letting them across.
And it's always served them very, very well.
Yeah.
Driven from relatively locally, I believe.
We've suddenly got strong wind noises off stage left.
And the VSCC flags down there by the start line. Going brilliant, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
A short lunch, break before lunch is a wise idea. Yeah.
Well, so long as it doesn't bring clouds and rain with it, we don't mind. Although we're ensconced in our dry commentary box. Yeah, don't mention it.
Always worry if you get wet in the commentary box. Because you're surrounded by electrical equipment, of course. Nothing to do with personal comfort.
We are definitely surrounded by electrical equipment here. It's a proper mare's nest of wiring.
It's like knitting spaghetti. So the course car is back and just reversing into its little refuge at Wiz Corner, and we've just got the last of the second sets of qualifying runs to run through. Looking to my left, see what appears from the paddock or the fire up lane coming down.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment there's an MG there that I'm sure is not competing.
No, it's not.
The RIP special has been towed back by a course car.
Yeah, with Ollie Leston at the wheel.
Did he not set a time?
Let's have a look. The RIP special.
181, number 181.
181. Let's have a look. 51.76.
Oh well, that was still going clearly well when it got to the top of the hill.
Maybe the RIP cord has detached.
Oh dear.
190 is coming down. That's Richard Wiseman with his Pegasi 35.
Type 35 straight 8.
In a petrol blue kind of livery, followed by the maroon. What was that? Was that aubergine? I'm not sure. Version of Shenlong. He's been a Nash man previously, hasn't he?
Yeah, they still owns a Nash, still competes in a Nash. They're both 2.3 litre cars, so both unsupercharged 2.3 litre cars, so effectively they are what would be known as a Targa. Bugatti very cleverly used effectively the same chassis for a long period of time, from 24 until 32. Yu Shanyuk is fast away and he's learning the car still, and also had minor problems you could hear there with a misfire, so carburation is not quite where he wants it to be yet, but he's still fast in it on those little narrow wheels. This is probably going to be the fastest VSCC car of the day. Ian Baxter in the Alta.
2.92 through the first little split. That's the initial acceleration off the line. Used to be 64 feet. It's a bit longer here.
Yes, our colleague Chris Druitt was always at pains to tell people that if a car did the first 64 feet at Prescott in 2 seconds, It had achieved 1G acceleration.
There you go. Time for 192. Ian Baxter in the Alta. 55.63. Sorry, 191, 63, 192, 47, 98, 47, 98. So
I would think that's the fastest time.
because once it did 49.85, it's very rapid. Can't see too many people stepping up to challenge that.
No, the Alta is very quick. Of course, they built their own engines in period. Those 2-litre supercharged engines were very powerful, 200 brake horsepower or so.
Jeffrey Taylor.
Jeffrey Taylor, yes.
In Tolworth.
But they were always somewhat fragile. But for hill climbs, ideal. But a 500-mile race at Brooklands was
Bridge too far.
perhaps not such a good idea.
The factory was only really about probably 15 miles from Brooklyn, something like that, in that kind of motorsport valley. Cooper, Emerson, HWM, Alta, Connaught, all within a very small radius.
In the queue now to go is Robin Harcourt Smith in the Norris Special. I continue to call it the Norris Special, although we've taken to calling it a Fraser Nash Special now, but it is the Norris Special. Fraser Nash with an Albus Speed 25 engine, and over the years has been a very successful car. Originally with Guy Smith, but latterly with James Baxter. Who set a number of records with it. I think Robin is still learning the car, but it is a potential FTD car. If he gets it all right. Very fast up the straight and out of our sight, up towards the gate.
Yeah, 2.86 seconds over the that first little timing split.
Of course, like all Fraser Nashes, it has no diff, so
it's quicker by a few hundredths, like 600ths than Ian Baxter in the Alta in that initial split.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised, although Ian Baxter, of course, has the advantage of independent rear suspension. But he also has a diff, so he has...
And it's about 8/10 down at the gate, but a little bit up on the initial bit.
yeah. Yes, well, in the time that Julian Grimwade had it, it would have been competitive with Ian Baxter's Alta.
Time at 48.13, 48.13. So that's only 1500ths of a second adrift. That's a pretty stout opening effort, isn't it, or practice effort.
Well, it's got a lot of torque to pull it out of the sharp corners, and so it makes up ground there.
Yeah. Here comes Simon Taylor in the HWM Stovebolt Special, an F2 type chassis, raced by Sterling Martin and others in period, but retrofitted with a big Chevy. It's a 5.7 in it these days, and so Simon drives it on the road to events. He's taken it all around the world. I think he took it to Phillip Island on one occasion, but it's great to see. It's a stunningly prepared car, and Simon who raced in the early 1970s in the Ford Escort Mexico Championship in Clubman's cars as well. Is certainly very adept. This guy broke 50 yesterday at the end of the afternoon, so that was a great effort. 3.09 over the first split.
I would say, from the way it left the line, that it has a limited slip diff.
And a power output which is, quote, adequate. There goes the little Formula Ford car. That's the Ray Formula Ford, one of the very early Rays. And that's Gigi Cameron with this car, one of, I think, only probably two made in 74 by Burt Ray, driven by the likes of Stephen South. Bodywork is derived from a Crosley 25F, and Burt Ray, manufacturer, was London agent, London-based UK agent for Crosley cars those days. He took the Crosley to him in Clapham if he'd bent it or need some spares. So it's not surprising his own car featured Crosley bodywork originally. Very successful Ray cars. They're still made by his son Gavin Ray. Bert passed away in 2007. But the Ray cars won numerous Champion of Brands titles over the years. And a time for 2:30 of 48.98. 48.98 from Cameron, 2:30. Simon Taylor in 2:20 did 51.02. So he went quicker yesterday afternoon.
And we've got the Sunbeam Tiger on the line again. Of course, originally it was sometimes a Sunbeam, sometimes a Talbot, sometimes a Dirac, but it was a works car. And in fact, Williams, who won the first ever Monaco Grand Prix in 1929, drove this car when he was a works Talbot driver. And
William Grover Williams.
Well, his real name is actually just Grover.
Yeah, but just there's no Williams, wasn't he, in inverted commas.
Well, he used the name originally because when he started racing Harley Davidson, an ex-army Harley Davidson motorbike, he didn't want his parents to know that he was racing, so he called himself Williams. Although his name was William, he called himself Williams, W. Williams, and
How many times has that happened over the years? Drivers assuming pseudonyms to
pseudonyms, yeah,
to avoid their parental gaze. I remember the one Tony Bancroft, remember from Fraser Nash, that he started out as S.M. Smith, Spotty Muldoon Smith. He had a CBR Tuscany, a V8 under the bonnet.
Well, we would remember Willie Eckersley.
Yes. Yes, he was the pools magnate.
Yeah,
the
heir to the Moors
Nigel
fortune.
Moores,
yeah.
Willie Eckersley. Well, they've rejuvenated the Rip Special, and we saw Ollie Leston have a go. I think this is going to be his brother Harry having a shot in that car.
Well, the Sunbeam Tiger seemed very hesitant up the straight while in our sight, so I don't know if he had a problem. The time will tell, I expect. So the Alta and the Norris Special were so far the first and second fastest, but I think that Finn Cameron in the Morgan was next, wasn't he?
I would think so, yeah.
Which is quite remarkable.
Ducked well inside 50. 49.27 for 185. 185. Trying to see who 185 is, because it doesn't appear in the programme in the right place. 781 Harry Leston, 53.00.
I can't find a 185.
And you've got a different master sheet to me, so era. So this will be a quick ascent, ladies and gentlemen, into the 500 class. This is yesterday's winning 500 driver, and it's Tommy Waterfield. In Tim Ross's Cooper Mark 9, Max Norton engine. Won a historic Grand Prix cars race at Donington last weekend in an ex-Roy Salvadori Cooper Type 53 Grand Prix car, and he's massively adept at jumping between cars and being quick in everything. So 2:45 is Tom Waterfield, 2.94 off the line. 2:46 was Hamish Cameron Evely, who was even quicker off the line, and the 2:88 at that point. So watch for these 2:45 and 2:46 for their times to come in. 47:05 for Tom Waterfield. That's right up there, isn't it? Right up there.
And that one clearly is a V-twin, so it's an 1100.
This one here.
The one that's just going away up the straight, which is...
That's Ewan Cameron in 2:47,
yeah.
isn't it? 2.94 for a line. And 2:46, Hamish Cameron Evely, an excellent 48.08. So 47.05 is 2:45.
And that is the end of that batch. And of course it may well be that it is the end of practice.
So 192 is Ian Baxter. Just looking at that time again. 192 Ian Baxter, 47.98. 47.72, which is quicker for Ewan Cameron, but 47.05, car 245, Tommy Waterfield, that's quickest of all in the Cooper Mark 9, 47.05.
They are of course an invited class and not VSCC.
There you go.
I think that may well be the end of practice, although the marshals don't look as if they're about to wander off. Yeah. Yes, they're definitely coming back.
So we're just going to clear the top paddock, bring the cars back down to the main paddock outside Wiscombe House, and we will await details of restart time for the first of two competition runs. Doesn't matter what you've achieved so far today when it comes to the awards battles. We'll start from a fresh sheet of paper, and everyone starts equal. So, as they say, might be quickest on paper, but they're not racing on paper. And when it comes to it, we'll see who can react best to the conditions this afternoon.
Be interesting to see the competition between Ian Baxter with his outer and Robin Harcourt Smith with the Fraser Nash Norris Special, because they're quite close in times, and they have been over a period of time very competitive cars, despite who's driven them. Of course, Ian Baxter will be extremely happy that the road's dry, because he says the outer is virtually undrivable in the wet.
Well, the Sunbeam Tiger is leading the field down. It's magnificently proportioned, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very attractive car. And of course, land speed record holder. A few years ago, in fact, they prepared it and just to try it and see if we could still do that, and it was actually slightly faster than the speed it went when it took the land speed record.
Where do they run it in modern times then?
I can't remember. You were talking about cars driven on the road. Yushad Nug with the Bugatti quite often drives that to events on the road.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's it's stunning.
Well, of course, famously, Duncan Pittaway drove his unsupercharged Type 35 all the way down to Monaco, competed in the race, the historic race down there, and then drove it back again.
Yep, clearly a gentleman with time on his hands. But no, I saw it there. I was there that year, and it was brilliant to see. Of course, Duncan also in recent years has driven the Beast of Turin, the big Fiat, from base down Bristol Way to Goodwood for the race meetings. Lord knows how many pit stop strategy that took on the road to refill the fuel tanks.
And going back to our previous conversation, the commentators at Goodwood told us that it was aero-engined. Well, it's not aero-engined. It was purpose-built as a racing car for the land speed record.
Car now available as a Hot Wheels model.
Yes.
Unbelievably. Not sure they got the proportions quite right, but nonetheless an interesting one.
Look at this little MG with a fixed head body. That must be a rarity now.
Mm.
And another engine, MG, which appears to have concerns about reliability since it's got a bicycle in the back.
Yes, also available in drop pad with bicycle rack. We were talking about Terry Sanger earlier in the day with Ewan Cameron. Ewan has the 5000 Harrier, which Terry Sanger raced in 1971. I remember seeing him there at one point. He ended up in the lake at Mallory Park with it. It looked like a boat actually. But one of the things that was funny, the Terry Sanger book, written by Ken Davis, tells of how they went down to race in Europe with a motorcycle, and I think they took the front wheel off it, whatever, or maybe both wheels off it, and he and a buddy transported the motorcycle to the race in the back of, I think it was a Triumph TR2 or Triumph TR3 or something, which is the most unlikely transporter. And then coming back, they went to Monaco and crewed for some friends who were there doing something in a Formula 3 race, I think.
Well, 100 years ago, people, of course, Grand Prix teams were quite often driving their cars to the circuits from their base. So Sunbeam used to drive from Wolverhampton. Certainly 22 they drove the cars to Strasbourg.
Even in the 60s, the Dutch Grand Prix, the teams prepared their cars in garages in town, in Zandvoort town, and they drove the Grand Prix cars to the track, which is literally couple of kilometres from the town centre, and then raced them and drove them back to the garages, hopefully at the end of the day.
And of course, famously, Roman Mays used to test the V16 BRM from Bourne on the road down to 20 towards Wisbeach, and there is a village called 20, I can assure you, a long straight road.
Called 20?
But the village is called 20, so it was the Bourne to 20 road, but a long straight road, but it's incredibly bumpy.
I thought that was a football team in Holland, 20 Enschede.
Yeah.
We've got just a few more 500s to finish quali, and on the line is 7:45. That's Ollie Leston driving the Cooper we saw Tom Waterfield take up earlier on in that stunning time. 2:45 was Tom Waterfield, and he is quickest so far. 47:05 was 47:05. How's Ollie faring? Hammering up to the gate.
I suspect these are the shared cars, aren't they?
Yes.
So they've come back down and the second drivers have got their run now.
That's right. So Ollie Leston on the thing, and this is now Fergus Cameron who's having a go in the Cooper Champ that he's sharing with his cousin. It's coming down. Before that, we've got the 241 on the go. That's Oliver Dent. So that's 241. Was that the Hornet? Or has he changed to one of the other team cars? Not sure. So 7:45, 48:50 for Ollie Leston. So it's about 1.4 away from Tom Waterfield. There's a lot more in that car. 241 is on his way, and now 7:46. Good start for the 7:46 car, which is Fergus Cameron. His first circuit competition. I believe that or was it the? I think it was the Pom. That was in a three-wheel Morgan. He charged through the field very spectacularly. Time for 2:41. Oliver Dent is a 53:41. .58:45 for 746. Fergus Cameron. Yep, 58:46. And the 100-year-old Chrysler is just pulling off on the start line. I think to let those cars come back. And will then, I suspect, progress up the hill.
348 miles an hour in 1,000 feet.
What is interesting about that is that the 2.5 post Brexit has made corporate spend that's around the numbers in it.
That car was quick. It was halfway the edges.
Front axle's front. Very well. No. Beautiful morning. Just over 3 figures. And the guy on the middle lane doing that 50 drifted out into the outside lane. Put the brakes on. And the nose went down. Yeah. And the air came in.
To start to just get that car a bit further onto the grass. I don't like the driver's backside being out overhanging the tarmac. That's clear.
Oh yeah. There it is. That's sweet, isn't it? Cut me off. That was quite well taken. You didn't leave it on top. Oh, look at it. There it is. That is cute. That'll be quick.
245, 47.20. Or 7420 for car 245. Target car 246, 48.93. 48.93 for car 246.
Red flag sign.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, here we go.
you get screws by that if you don't get anything, isn't it? Does it? So it's not picking up, is it? Not playing. It's a joke. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hope you've enjoyed your lunch break here at sunny Wiscombe Park in East Devon, as I'm reminded it is. East Devon. I always thought it was in South Devon, but as opposed to North, but it's in East Devon. So the locals tell me, and we've got, I think, we've got a couple of, we've certainly got a one final model run, I believe, to do, and that's one of the Bluebell 500s going up, and then we'll go into our official runs.
I assume that 500 was a practice run,
Yep,
Marcus.
I believe so, and will be.
Now we've got Fergus Gunn on the line with the first run of the timed run of the afternoon.
Yes, that's right. Did 2 runs this morning. Did a 69.77 and a 70.01. So I'll try and keep score as we go along, because it does help. But we should get stuff up on our Southwest timekeeping screen as well.
Another third generation driver. His grandfather, Colwyn Gunn, raced his Q-type replica MG, and then Rebecca raced the Austins, and now Fergus is driving that Austin 7.
There we go. Well, Fergus Gunn is away. How do you describe the colour of that car? Would you say it was salted caramel, John?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, something like that. So Fergus Gunn gets us underway with the 2 competitive runs here at Vintage Sports Car Club Wiscombe Park for 2026, and feeling a bit seasick as there's a camera has a rock in there. The engineers fiddling with the equipment, yeah, so one is on his way. Best time this morning for Fergus Gunn, a 69.77, and we'll see 7:46 practice time, by the way, was a 50.95. So what's the time going to be for Fergus Gunn? .69.21. 69.21. So that is quicker this morning. Number 2 is on the way, and that is Robert Rhodes, another Austin 7 sports model. Robert's got down to a 71.07 this morning. Is he going to improve? He's up in the upper reaches of the circuit, rounding Martini Corner. 70.42. 70.42. That is an improvement for Rhodes.
And Josh White on the hill.
Yeah, number 3, Josh White, then. Best time this morning, a 67.83. A little bit more competitive. Jonathan Lazelle was going really well, 61.93, but we had one car later, William Marsh, under a minute in car number 6. That car double driven. So 63.28 the time for number 3, which is Josh White. 63.28, and that is a huge improvement on this morning's better run, a 67.83. Number 4 on the hill is Jonathan Lazelle, 61.93, best time this morning. That counts for nothing. It's now down to the competition runs, 61.46. 61.46. It's an improvement on this morning by about half a second.
But still about 5 seconds off the class record.
Certainly determined, didn't it? Number 5, that was Peter Howard. Peter Howard's actually up the hill.
Yes, it's
Is that William
William Marsh
That's
is on the
William
hill,
Marsh, yeah.
and I suspect he will be the fastest of the Austin Sevens.
Waiting for the time for number 6. It's 5 as well we're waiting for. Time for number 5, 67.73.
Following him is Andrew McDonald in the Humber 818. Andrew is my assistant editor for Bigantics, the Bugatti Owners Club magazine, and normally he competes with an MG Special, but not a VSCC car, a post-war car. And I believe he was here with that yesterday, and today he's brought his Humber.
Well, that flurry of wheel spin and frantic acceleration out of Wiz Corner has taken William Marsh to a 57.47. So he's gone almost 2 seconds quicker than his opening run this morning. His best day this morning, a better run, was 58.42. So 59s, 58s, 57s now for William Marsh in that red Austin 7.
And he's only
Holds
now
that.
about a second off the record.
That's good. Who holds that record?
William Way holds the record.
Okay.
56.50.
Yeah, one of the Way family from down Goodwood Way.
That's right.
Next time up will be into Class 2.
Ah, we've got a red.
So,
Well, Andrew McDonald, I think, was the last one on the hill, and he did express to me concern as to whether his little Humber would make its way to the top.
He's got there, but it's a 106.36. Quicker than before, 108, 107, and 106.36 for Andrew McDonald in the Humber. Now, does that mean that we had the following car flag? Let's have a look. 10, 106.36, waiting for an official time for 11. I can see 69.04 on the big timing screen, but nothing's come up as yet on the little one.
Andrew McDonald, I noticed this morning, he had a handicap time of 75 seconds. Over lunch or from practice, that has been adjusted to 95, but he's still well outside his
seconds
handicap.
outside, yeah. So 11 was a 69.04 for Charles Ping.
We've got David Keefe on the hill in his Brooklands Riley.
What are the gearboxes in those, John? Are they fairly conventional, or what?
With Brooklands?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can be the conventional gearbox, but they can be pre-selector box.
I mean, would
So-
that be a mix across the cars here, or not? Do you think?
I think most Brooklands have the standard manual box, if you like. But Riley were very keen in the 30s on using the pre-selector box, and they used it up to the Big Four Riley. The Big Four had too much torque for the pre-selector box, so they substituted a American Borg Warner box which had a built-in overdrive. So they're one of the very few cars that are eligible with overdrive.
Looking to see 15 is run complete. That is Tom Dodd with the Morgan Aero. 57.91. And we're waiting now to see what 16 Roland Woodley can achieve and complete in, still ticking, 63.87. 63.87 for Roland Woodley, which is an improvement on this morning's better time, 64.5. Next up is 17, then 19. 17 is Jonathan Lamb with the Riley Brooklands. 19, Simon Thorpe with a similar.
And of course we've got Harry Baxter on the line with the HRG, which has a considerable connection with the Mahoneys, and Will particularly. But of course Harry is nephew to Will Mahoney.
We've got 61.32. 61.32 up for Jonathan Lamb in 17, which is an improvement of almost 2 seconds on his practice best. And then number 19 is close to the summit now, 59.44. So got down to 59.51 this morning, so 59.44 for number 19, which is Simon Thorpe. So that's an improvement over the practice run. 20. Harry Baxter, a better start split, 3:31 as opposed to 3:35 early on. 28:36 to 28:36 to the gate this morning. Did second run 28:36 to the gate, having been quicker in the opener. So what has 56.17? 56.17, an improvement for Harry Baxter.
Fast car that, and of course the HRG, the G of HRG stands for Godfrey.
HR Godfrey.
The Godfrey of Godfrey and Nash.
There you go. 56.17. So that is the quickest time in that class for Harry Baxter. We're now going to move into our next group, and this is class 3. And we're kicking off with 31, I think, which is Rebecca Wiseman with the Fraser Nash Interceptor. 68.09 for Rebecca, not quite as quick as this morning, but she was in the long 66s this morning. And 32 is en route, which is Derek Tew with the Wolseley Hornet Special. Best time this morning is 70.32, which is a better time this morning. And still not at the top, so there's I think looking like the car's stopped somewhere.
The red flag out, yeah.
Yeah, red flag. So whether that is a fail or whether it has been flagged because something else has been noted.
Surprising, considering how popular Wolseley Hornet Specials have been. They're thin on the ground today.
We often see those supercharged Wolseley Specials come out, don't we, at VSCC race meetings?
Oh yeah, basically mostly built by John Sieber.
Yes,
I don't know how many he's built over the years, but
nearly all Sieber entries.
It must be a large number. And of course, because of the rules of the club, only Wolseley Hornet Specials are eligible. Wolseley Hornets are not.
So 33 is on the line, and this is Matilda Jones.
Patience.
Having to exhibit patience because she's been asked to wait.
Patience, of course, for many, many years we used to see it competing, and it had independent front suspension. And the Jones family finally decided that it would probably actually work better, return to its solid axle, so it went back to having a solid axle, and it was quicker.
Now the news is that 32 Derek Tew in the Wolseley Hornet Special was red flagged, so that car will return to the start line and be offered another run.
Did we see any reason why he was red flagged?
No, perhaps there was something further up the hill that just needed a marshal's attention. Now we're seeing...
Oh, a pheasant. A pheasant, I'm told. Well, it's not uncommon to be stopped for a pheasant at a hill climb, but it was much more common at Loughton Park than it is at Wiscombe Park.
So, well, there you go. It's the first in my book.
No, a couple of years ago we had a day at Loughton Park where we were stopped about 10 times.
Hello. Answered the phone, there was nobody there. Probably someone trying to sell me some double glazing or a stair lift.
Yes.
Thora Hurd Memorial Stair Lift.
I think you're showing your age there, Marcus. Although
I'm pretty ancient, it's fine.
not as ancient as I.
So we'll see Derek Tew again, and we'll see Derek Tew right now actually, because I think the cars are coming back.
Yes, he's coming back to line up again. There was a model of Wolseley Hornet Special, which we've seen one or two of, which went by the marvellous name of the Eustace Watkins Daytona Special.
Quite a mouthful.
Yes, it was quite a mouthful.
So we've got the Wolseley Hornet being turned round. .34 is also waiting, and that is Graham White with the Lee Francis L type. The Leaf, as they were known.
Graham used to be a great champion of the local trials. He's a Devon man, and the L type is, I mean, the common Leaf we see is the Hyper or S type. The L type is a more touring Lee Francis, but nonetheless, it is quite a desirable car with a Meadows engine.
To expectation, they've signalled Matilda Jones forward, and she's gone now in 33. Matilda Jones 3.83 over the launch phase. See who gets down below 3 later as the cars get more sophisticated. And 3.52 to the first split. And what is Matilda Jones going to clock? .42. 64.42 for Matilda Jones, and that is a big improvement after two very consistent 67-second runs this morning. 34 is next, that's Graham White, and they've turned the Wolseley round. Derek Tew will run next. There he goes. So Graham White in the Lee Francis is a time this morning 74.64. Wolseley sounds sweet, doesn't it?
Yes, well, Woolsey's of course 6-cylinder engines. Small 6-cylinder overhead cam engines. Single overhead cam. There was a fashion in the early 30s to build small 6-cylinder engines, and quite a lot of people did it. Soon died out because they cost more to build and they had higher internal losses.
74.88 for Graham White. Close to this morning's better time. Derek Chew on his way. 69.02. 69.02. His best run of the day so far. Next car away is 37. .35 is on the hill. That's Louis Parkin with the Fraser Nash Supersports. Louis Parkin this morning did a 65.12.
David Saxel in the Riley leaves the start line in the cream and turquoise, I think we described it this morning.
Yes.
When you say it, it sounds pretty terrible, but when you actually see it, it looks quite acceptable.
Looks rather kind of Art Deco, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
37, 69.76 for 37. Which was Roston Edwards with the GN 11.9 Annie. Car 38, 59.43 for David Saxel. David Saxel, so under a minute. That's quickest so far. John Giles in the Fraser Nash TT Rep did a 59.2, then a 58.3, but quicker still were Jeremy Flann and then Tony Wood this morning.
And it's Tony Wood who's on the hill at the moment, isn't it?
59.42 for car 39. 59.42, 1/100th of a second quicker than David Saxel with the 59.43. So very, very close run. This is the battle for the lead of the class. Some quicker cars and drivers still to come. There we go. Car number 40, which is Jeremy Flann. Stout time 52.80. 52.80, which is the class lead, and that might be difficult to top. Tony Wood in 42 is underway, 3.24 seconds to the first split, 25.86 to the second. That's quicker than he went in qualifying, both readouts. So his best earlier on, 54.40, 2 runs within 1300ths of a second. And Tony Wood gets to the top in car number 42 in 53.46. 53.46, that's his best time so far.
A spirited getaway from the Brescia Bugatti of Richard Marsh, and soon out of our sight.
Yeah, so at the moment it is Jeremy Flann 40, the Fraser National Sports 52.80, then 53.46 for Tony Wood, then it's in the 59s, you go back to 59s for John Giles and David Saxel, who are just 100th apart. The Francis Hyper on its way down towards the line. 43, meanwhile, is nearing the top, which is Richard Marsh with the Brescia. 64.46. 64.46. Very good improvement. Over 3 seconds on his qualifying best, and that puts him into a tight battle with Matilda Jones, because Matilda's 0.04 of a second quicker at this moment. Red flag. There's 50 is Marshall's doing some sweeping at Martini.
Right, I heard the whistle, but I can see the red flag now. Can see the red light. It seems to be MSUK's intention that eventually red flags will be entirely replaced by red lights all the way up the course.
Very interesting, actually. We had a problem at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago where the low sun coming in from over Russell Corner up the main start straight told the drivers that the red and yellow slippery surface flag at Rich's was solid red. A couple of them braked quite hard, and there were sort of some changes of position and bits and pieces, and they went back to flags for the rest of the day. It didn't work.
No, I suppose they all stopped.
So red flag then for number 50. Was it 50? I think it was. Car 50 was red flagged. That is Paul Ginnings into the next class.
So is it BJ Mallier on the line?
Yes, in the
yeah,
BMW.
It is, with the 328 BMW.
Yeah, that's fine. We've got a slight low at the moment.
Okay, cool. I just need a cut, put a cable in if I can. Might need to just get you to stand out really short.
Yeah, that's right.
It's one of those I'm not going to get there without. I brought the longest cable in the entire planet. Anyway. This little device here.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, it looks like the problem at Martini is oil, and they're sweeping oil, cement dust, if that's what they still use to soak up oil. But anyway, the marshals are hard at work sweeping. Good time to praise the efforts of the marshals. Hard work, spend a lot of time, whole day, with little respite. And without them, there would be no racing. Ah, yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
What was that one supposed to be showing us?
We only put the monitors in yesterday, so we haven't actually decided what to put on any of them yet. So your feedback saying it'd be handy to have another one there is a good thing. So yeah, normally it's just one little tiny monitor in the corner, but yeah, we decided to put 4 up. So yeah, if that's handy.
Yeah, well, when you've got 2 commentators,
yeah,
that one's too far away to actually
oh,
see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So with that there, it is much better.
Cool, no problem.
Thank you very much.
That's all right, no worries. Got leave you to it. Oh, just try and hook that one up to save it. So we haven't decided where to put everything yet.
They're still sweeping oil.
Just check it is ticking. Time is ticking, yes it is. Cool.
Oh, they're splendid. They work really nicely. We are about to get back underway, ladies and gentlemen. And we're into the class with PJ Malia with the BMW328. It's a 6-cylinder car. It screams, doesn't it? Up over bunnies. We're ahead of the Force India Formula One team. And he's in the BM, which we see on the racetracks as well with the British Sports Car Club. Paul Giddings, as you say, was stopped in number 50. Got the Lee Francis S-Type Hyper going up next.
The Hyper, of course, the Lee Francis, was another customer for Meadows, who were proprietary engine builders.
Henry Meadows.
But the Fraser Nashes largely all run Meadows nowadays, and Lee Francis also used Meadows, and they were also available for boats and all sorts of other uses. But the 4ED Meadows is almost universal in a lot of these cars.
Quite iconic. The BMW of VJ Malia, 51, 57, 79. That's his best run yet. 57, 79. Mike Pallett with the Lee Francis Hyper, type of car that won the TT, did it not?
Yes, indeed.
In the back end of the 20s.
Yeah, vintage.
Who drove it? Cadon?
Well, there were a number. I mean, a chap who used to drive with us until a few years ago.
Tom Delaney.
Tom Delaney, who, in fact, I think is the oldest person ever to have won a race.
He was in his 90s, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in his 90s and won at Silverstone.
We've got a couple of competitors these days who still have licenses, and I think they're over 90. We've got Brian Jolliffe, who's 89. He was competing at Snetterton last week in his Cuba 500. 52, Mike Pallett, a 56, 26. Good improvement. Gets ahead of VJ Malia. And car number 60, which is next up, that's Richard Pilkington in the Alfa Romeo. Car number 60, 67.10, 67.10. This is Class 6.
Interesting, your screen is different to mine. If you look at it, the bottom section that you've got
69.
doesn't appear on there.
69.20 reaches of the circuit round Martini corner. 70.42. 70.42. Richard Pilkington, the starter in Class 5. Class 4 Oda run
18.
by Paul
Andrew
Ginnings
is my
in
assistant
the
editor
Lagonda.
for Brigantic
1680.
Owners Club magazine. And
But
normally
we'll be going next into the Vauxhalls and Railton Light Sports, 4.2 litre cars. The two Vauxhall 3098 in the hands of Roger Thorpe and Erica Pilkington, daughter of the aforementioned Richard. Tanya Pilkington also races still,
Yeah,
quite
she-
successfully.
she competes, and she's another person who invariably drives her Alpha to the events. So use it on the road, turns up and then races and then drives home again.
She's also very good in the little Coopers, little kind of Grand Prix type Formula 2 Coopers. This is the batch coming down, led by the Cooper, which was on its second practice run.
And followed by Fergus Gunn. I think that's coffee coloured.
Salted caramel, sorry. Nutella,
Nutella, yes.
work of the devil. Lovely to see the pure miscellany of cars that turns out for Vintage Sports Car Club race meetings. Something for every taste.
Well, yes, you'd pay quite a lot of money to go to a museum that could allow you to see this variety of cars. And if you look about the car park as well, some very interesting cars in the car park.
I was working with the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association for a few years, more than a decade ago. I used to always refer to their trip around Europe to the different race meetings as a magical mystery tour, or magical history tour, in fact. There were so many cars there. That's Patience, isn't it? 33, Matilda Jones.
Graham White's L-Type Fraser Nash, Lee Francis, is an attractive looking car. I don't know if that's a recent addition to his fleet. Graham was a committee member of the VSCC at one time and chair of the trials subcommittee.
That's the Lagonda, isn't it? 50 that was red flagged with the Brescia Bugatti behind it.
Yeah, 1680. The 2 litre Lagonda. It kind of looks quite a big car for 2 litres, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
And they are, Lagondas of that period are notoriously heavy. The Hyperleaf Francis, which looks very TT-like.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? With the sort of coloured wings and bonnet and the that fabric-coloured centre section.
Yeah. Yeah,
Very-
it
very
is a
pretty.
very attractive car.
Yeah, striking.
And supercharged, of course. a supercharged Beddoes, usually with a vane type supercharger rather than a Roots supercharger. Quite a box of tricks the vane superchargers are.
Probably had many a part in your time.
No, I've looked at them in pieces and thought I want to stay well clear of that.
I'll send it to a specialist.
Yeah, there are a number of people who specialise in them and make them run reliably.
I mean, forced induction was a very, very common thing, wasn't it? Way, way back.
Yes.
And you think about it these days in you know, so many road cars, particularly diesels or turbo diesels, have been for decades now, really. And you don't even think about it being a turbo diesel. It's a diesel, but it's got a turbo on it, and they run very well, and they're reliable. They are fuel efficient.
Yep. Well, my turbo diesel, I have a Vauxhall Vectra diesel, which has now done over 310,000 miles, still on its original clutch. And I just say, well, if it breaks, I'll just leave it, because it's worth nothing.
I've got a VW Touran with 150,000, and my neighbour has two of them, which he runs as taxis. And he said the other day he was quite disappointed. Mine only had 150. He said 360, original clutch, original engine, all good. So we've got. There's the first of our
Charles
Vauxhalls
Ping
now.
on the line, isn't it, with the Ulster.
Is that the second driver in that car? Oh, it's 11 going again, yes.
Supercharged Austin 7 in this case, that's why he's upper class.
Now, he did a time earlier on, a 69.04, so... yeah, is this, quite sure why the car should be running again. But,
Well, yes, we're not notified it as being a shared drive.
no,
Definitely not.
still shows 11 on here, which is fine, so we'll just have a look at that.
Maybe there's a problem with the timing.
Possibly. I think I know what happened. I think the problem was that Charles Ping, who was 5 seconds slower than his best time this morning, was catching Andrew McDonald's Humber.
Ah, right, yes.
And probably backed off thinking, do you know, I don't want to get involved. So I suspect that what we're going to see, this is just a revised first run at 63.51. That would be...
Yeah, he's more than 40 seconds quicker than Andrew McDonald on the hill, so he would have been catching him well and truly, wouldn't he?
He was, and 63.51 is the revised time for Charles Ping. Puts Charles Ping to into the middle of the pack with Roland Woodley on 63.87. But yes, that's what's happened, I'm sure. So, class 2, 3. Class 6. 70. No time recorded for Roger Thorpe. Not sure what's happened there with the blue Vauxhall. There was a fail this morning, then a red flag, and an 81-second climb.
And we should be holding the next 3098 on the line, so...
Yeah. Can we see... Oh, we've lost the pictures up here now. Lost the pictures on our camera, so we can't see what's happened up the hill, and it's just been held for some reason. 71 is away.
Erica Pilkington in the 1398. Then we've got Tim Harrison's De Dion. A De Dion Bouton, correctly. Type D, less than 1000 cc, and clearly a single cylinder.
So no time recorded for Roger Thorpe, 71, which was Erica Pilkington with her Vauxhall, a 68.70. 68.70. Better time this morning, 70.18. So good improvement for Erica Pilkington.
A launch time for Tim Harrison of 5.9 seconds. But it is an Edwardian light car.
I love this 83, the Mitchell board racer, with the cockpit handily placed a very, very long way from the front axle, making placement through the hairpins a tad tricky.
But of course,
fuel up.
It was intended for racing on a board oval track.
Exactly. 72, which is John Fack in the Railton Light Sports, 59.44. 59.44.
Interesting with that board racer to look at the brakes, because of course they didn't need brakes for board racing either. So it has tiny rear wheel brakes and no front brakes.
What could possibly go wrong? So 80, which is the remarkable De Dion Bouton of Tim Harrison, car that dates back to 1911. $115 years old.
The Mitchell sounds quite modern, the engine, doesn't it?
It sounds good.
For a car of that age.
Tim Harrison, number 80, 112.96. 112.96 to head off Class 7, in which Archie Bullitt has been quickest by some margin with the Picard Pictet Stevadera Special. Car 82, that was Duncan Cartwright with the Sunbeam, 74.38. 74.38, very consistent, his 3 runs so far. But 74.78, 73.15, 74.38. So 73.15 from this morning is best time, but that doesn't count for the competition runs. And we've got the Mitchell board racer, Ian Seymour Smith, 64.41. 64.41, best time today yet for that car. '84 Archie Bullitt, 3:23 in the first sector, 26.05 in the second, going quicker than before. Is it reflected at the top of the hill? Car 84, 54.67 seconds. Yes, it's gone quicker. It's Archie Bullitt. Glorious car, and very nicely driven by young Archie. 54.67. That's almost a 10-second advantage in this class. Into Class 8 now. 8. Aero Engines, Jeremy Flan has the best time record, 52.86 in the Curtis Le Zèbre.
Yes, the Curtis OX5, another popular engine to put in Edwardian aero-engined races.
Yeah, the Curtis Ox engines, of which there were, I imagine there were thousands made.
I think tens of thousands.
Plentiful in services surplus stores.
The
probably couldn't give them away.
The OX5 went into the Curtis Jenny, which was the American Army Air Force in those days. It was their #1 training airplane at the end of the First World War, so very popular.
Going back to car 50. Well, Ginnings got that second run in because of the red flag, 78.23. 4 seconds quicker than this morning. I'm thinking, do you think a Curtis OX5 and a Mazda MX5 would be quite a good mix? I think it'd be very potent. Silly boy. 7:31. 7:31. That was Sophie Wiseman in the Fraser Nash Interceptor. 78.06. And Rebecca did a 68.09. So Sophie's on the learning curve. I saw the Fennell transport wagon going away with the toy on the back.
And clearly it was broken because they had to bring the transporter down here to pick it up, didn't they? So whereas normally it would be up at the top paddock and they'd drive the car up there.
Ninety 69.11 for David Mitchin, Austin 7 Special. That's the model of consistency, isn't it? 3 runs in the 69 so far. That's the best today for him. Rory Mangles in the number 93 car, 68.56. That's quicker than David Mitchum by half a second or so. Having done a 70 this morning, that's a big step forward through the 69s into the 68s. Then we're going to have Chris Pickering in 94. He's nearly at the top, so we've lost our cameras, so I can't tell you where he is on the hill. Waiting for a time for Chris Pickering, and it was 66.43. Not as swift as this morning, but good enough to lead the cars at this stage. 95 is Robert Barbett of Austin 7. And that's Clive Bergman, who's just rushed out of view in the bright yellow Austin 7 Special we've seen here on many occasions. $69.97 for car 95, $69.97.
And Graham Beckett on the line in the Austin 7 Simplicity.
Yeah, the Jack French Special, I think it is, isn't it? There was Simplicity and Complexity, I think. There were a couple of
that one's
Austin
Simplicity.
Specials. This one's Simplicity.
very, very lightweight, I think.
Clive Bergman in 96, 63.26. That's a really good improvement. That leads the class. 63.26, 65.22, 64.21, now 63.26.
Yeah, very fast. 3:44. Graham got away from the line to the first timing point.
We didn't see one of the Flans, did we? We didn't see Rufus Flan in the earlier class. I wonder if that's broken. Time 4:97, which is Kevin Morton with Riley 9 special, 58.79. Only did one run this morning. But back in the 58s, not quite as quick as before, 58 flat this morning. Graham Beckett with Simplicity, 63.33. Very good improvement.
What was
Nearly
his
2
time?
seconds, 63.33. Which puts him just 700ths behind Clive Bergman. Last dead still by Kevin Morton. And we get 111 comes up earlier car, I think. Sure whether it's an additional runner 111, whether it's that we saw 11 go up earlier on. Let's have a look. We'll check on that.
111 is Andrew
111.
Briggs.
Is it?
Yeah, Andrew Briggs.
From which class? Ah, yes, next class.
Yeah.
111 Andrew Briggs, 57.87.
We're into the 1500 class now. 12 fours instead of 9s.
Okay. We know we're not going to see David Fennell, BEM. Sorry. 100, I think, broke this morning, which was Mark Chandler. And so we've got Eleanor Bergman and Ethan Harris to see come up to complete that class. So 112, 58.70 for Jack Butler. Which is not as quick as before. Been overtaken effectively by Andrew Briggs. 113 at a 58.72. That's Tamo Voigt. To be confused with Peter Voigt, who was a Leaders Hillclimb champion with the amazing Voigt Rennick special, which was a JW4 type chassis fitted with a Koenig flat engine, flat configuration engine from a power
Black 4 hydroplane engine.
very thin. And that made a frenetic buzzing noise, as I recall it, Great Auckland. This is a cracking class. We've got Jack Butler on 58.70, Tamo Voigt on 58.72, but jumped into the long 57s. Andrew Briggs leads the way on 57.87. Then we get to 114, which is Robert Gillam with the Riley 12.4 Special, 70.63. Much quicker than this morning, almost 3 seconds, but out of touch with the top 3 at the moment.
And Paul Compton on the hill in the Aries.
115 Joanne White, the Riley Falcon Special, 58.29. 58.29. And we've got 3 in the 58s now, and 1 in the 57s. It's a super competitive class, this class 9. Special sports cars and saloons 1100 to 1500 supercharged, and 751 to 1100cc supercharged. The record in this looks like it's a long way off. The Colburn Fraser Lloyd Vitesse 53s. Michael James and TT Sprite were the long 48s. Car 116, which is Paul Compton with the Wolseley Aries Special 56.74. 56.74, that's the class lead. 840, you saw it beforehand. 840. Trying to find where that fits into the equation. 840. .37, trying to find where it fits. 116, 56, 74. I've got that. 117, 57. 0.67 for Marcus Frieda. We've got 1 in the 56s, 2 in the 57s, 3 in the 58s, and 118 David Robert, a 56.58. That's the class lead.
Next car is going to be David Proik in the very fast Morgan Riley, and he's then going to be followed by the course car. So we've got another batch to come down.
56.58 then currently leads. That's David McRobert with the Riley 12.4 Special. Leads by a couple of tenths from Paul Compton with the Wolseley Aries. And Andrew Briggs in the Riley. And then in the 58s we've got Joanne White, 58.29. Jack Butler, 58.70. Tim Voigt, 58.72. Car 752. 752. There's a 54.33. Let's go back to find 752.
Did you manage to locate 840?
No, not at the moment, but I'm flicking through lots of bits of paper in the hope there might. We've got the Riley Ulster Imp of Christopher Downham, 51.90, quicker than this morning by 500ths, and that is the class lead. And we've got William Butler, 712, and we've got 121 David Proik on a 52.04. Managed a 50.30 this morning, which would have been good enough for the class lead, but he slipped just 1400ths behind Christopher Downham so far, with 2 double-driven cars to go. Just going to look to see where those 2 missing numbers are, 840 and 752. Those 752's Jeremy Brewster in class 4. Okay, so 752 is Jeremy Brewster in the Lee Francis Hyper. And the time for 752 was 54.33, good enough for the class lead. So we've solved the conundrum of 752. We've yet to solve the conundrum of 840. But I'm looking through another list
Sounds quite modern, the engine, doesn't it?
of
From a,
changes.
a car of that age.
Comparison number 80, 112.96. 112.96. Head on class 7. 840, an international person of mystery.
Have a look.
John's taken that sheet of paper.
Well, there definitely was a car went up there with the number 840 on the side of it, which doesn't fit in with anything that we're looking at.
840. That's Rufus Flan from an earlier class. Why it's got an 8 on it, I've absolutely no idea. And 840 then, Rufus Flan. $52.37. And that is the class lead, about just under half a second clear of his dad. Then we get to
Next car is going to be David Proik in the very fast Morgan Riley, and he's thinking.
so I guess that solved that one. That's good. Then 21 was the last car we saw go up. $52.04 to David Pryke, having just lost the advantage currently in this class to Chris Downham by 14 hundredths of a second. We're still to see William Butler go up in the Riley Special. Number 112 becomes 712 for William. And Ian standing in the Morgan Riley.
Assembly area now, please, and owners of cars in classes 11, 12 and 13, go to your cars and be ready to be called. Thank you.
The plot thickens.
It's a pity this can't give us the cars in order, isn't it? If they're in time and class order, it would be so easy to do. did we see car 132 this morning?
Who are we looking for?
132. Paul Yallop.
It was a non-starter yesterday.
Right. Oh well. Non-starter today then, I guess.
Cars coming back down then to the start line for our next batch. And moving into stage will be car number 70 initially, and that is Roger Thorpe, who didn't record a time earlier on.
Since he's been given another run out of order, he clearly was held up by something ahead of him.
No time recorded. I think just he didn't click the timing beam for whatever reason. So clearly reached the top, but didn't get a time. So what is Roger Thorpe chasing in car 70? That class currently led by John Fack with the Relton Light Sports on a 59.44. 68.70 is the time of the other Vauxhall, which is Erica Pilkington. And this morning he had a fail, a red flag, an 81.18 and a no time recorded so far. So he's got a full set.
He's not doing very well.
Bingo.
So far.
So let's see what happens for the no time recorded time. 130 is on his way. Takes us into class 10. Time for number 70, waiting for that. 79.18. 79.18. Stays third in class, better than this morning. 130 is Bernie Muir with the Elvis Special. 712. Impressive start. 3.2. So that's William Butler in the Riley Special. Got Ian Standing and the Morgan Riley to go as well to complete that class. But in the meantime, looking for 712, William Butler. Jack Butler did 58.70, 712, excellent, 53.82, 53.82, and goes up to third in class at 53.82 for 712, 796 meanwhile. 796 it's just gone up, and that's Eleanor Bergman. 796, 61.49. 61.49, better than the long 63 she got down to this morning. Eleanor Bergman then comparing to Dag Clive in the Austin 7 Special. 63.26 for Clive, 61.49 for Eleanor. If I'm not mistaken, looks like it could well be class lead. Kevin Morton actually leads on 58.79. Eleanor goes second though, ahead of Dad. going to put in he's got 131 meanwhile. 131.
We've got Anthony Norton's Albus 1250 on the line waiting to go.
131 was Richard White. Do 132. 130 was Bernie Miro. 65. 84. 792 we looked at. 796. 131 Richard White. 68.75. 133 61.20 for Simon Bowyer. Best run of the day so far for him. 61.20 and 797's next up. 60.97. 797. Harris 60.97. And what does that do? That takes Ethan Harris up to second in class, ahead of the Bergmans. So second. First is Kevin Morton, 58.79. Third currently is Eleanor Bergman. Fourth is Clive Bergman. .134 Anthony Norton, 61.72. Second outside his better time this morning. 61.20 leads the class, and that is Richard White by the looks of things. I'm trying to see actually what Simon Bowyer did. 61.20. Anthony Norton is second. 61.72. And then it's in the 62s for Richard White. But Simon Caldwell in 135 done a 60 point. He's done a
Charles Pither on the hill.
68.29. That's a pretty car, isn't it? The red Fraser Nash.
Yeah, with the fold down screen. Very unusual the way that screen folds down.
Paul Mullins has got the class going. Presidente with the MGK special 56.05. 56.05 for Paul Mullins. That leads by a long way. What's Dr. Charles Pither going to do? Whoa, 54. 54.92. So he's gone quickest. 2 under a minute now in the class. 54.92. Charles Pither. 56.05 for Paul Mullins.
Well, Paul, of course, used to race an ERA.
He did.
That's Joe Blake. Joe Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash.
55.21 for 138, which is David Knight, who goes second in the class. What can Joe Edwards do about it? She did a 51.47 this morning.
I think she can take that.
She can, because the class currently led on a 54.92. Joe Blakeney Edwards 3.03 seconds through the first time. Trap. And time for Joe Blakeney Edwards 51.55. 51.55. 0.08 slower than this morning's better run, but that is plenty enough to lead the class by
Take the class,
3+ seconds. Back to the Morgan, are we not? It's Ian standing in the Morgan.
Would be politically unwise of him to beat the owner's time, wouldn't it? Being he's lent the car.
1:40 time in for Ben Hart in the Bentley, the Derby Bentley. Did a 61.13. 700s trimmed from time this morning. I'll take that car up later on. And that sounds like the raucous Fraser Nash, not too Le Mans rep, of Mike Scott, former historic Formula 5000 racer from Exeter Way.
Of course, a post-war Fraser Nash. That's post-war Nash, not a pre-war.
Which is one I think it was made from a car that he used on the road, I think. He sold me at Castle Kew a few years ago. It's just in 7s times a minute. Time for 1:50, 56.42 for Mike Scott. A little bit, just a fraction slower than this morning's better time. Time for 7:33 as well. 1:33. Okay, so 160. Go to the next class. That is Jake Purnell, Austin 7 Ulster replica. Laid down a 61.68 this morning. 60.59. 60.59. Improvement for Jake Purnell, which sets the standard in the class. It survives the next car up, which is 163, by a tenth. 60.69 for 163. 60.69. I don't think we're going to see 161, which is... We haven't seen India Walker, have we, Garth? I don't think we have.
I haven't seen India Walker, and
went up this morning, got under a minute.
We're now up to car number 167 coming up the line, which is Peter Aspin's single-seater Austin 7.
166 is on the run.
And now we were obviously out of order because now we have got India Walker queuing up in the wrong order.
Yep. So 166 was Rick Permain with that pretty car on the hill.
Because India is part of the dynasty of Walkers. Niece of Mark Walker, daughter of Tom Walker.
67, Peter Aspin is on the hill. 166, Rick Permain. 59.74. India Walker got under a minute this morning. 59.91. Sure she'll be very pleased with that. And away she goes. Some Peter Aspin nearing the top. .62.17 for 167, Peter Asplin. 2 seconds plus to go down this morning. Now what can India do? Because she was well in the running early on, and she's progressing. She's close to where she was this morning in terms of split times. Will she beat a minute? 60.04, doesn't quite do it. 60.04, but it's only lost 13 hundredths of a second. India Walker then.
Finn Cameron in front of us, waiting to go down the line with the very fast three-wheeler Morgan.
India Walker goes third in the class at the moment. Yeah, 172 is Finn Hope Cameron, and the Rip Special sits in behind. Curious Machine. 168 Samuel Archer, 65.12. Something went amiss there, because Samuel Archer was in the 56s this morning. 169 is the MG single-seater of
the MGPA that's just leaving the line, isn't it?
Yeah. And Finn Hope Cameron turns up with the Morgan Super Special, got under 50 this morning, did a 49.92 and a 49.85. Yeah, that's certainly sets the bar.
And watch the real world spinning off the line. If he just had an extra wheel, he'd be saving half a second.
But it'll be heavier. And it currently weighs next to nothing. Away he goes. That sort of tail dragger look.
And of course behind him is the same thing with the extra wheel.
The canoe. The Rip Special. It kind of looks like a canoe. Maybe a kayak.
Well, yeah, it's just canvas bodied
ends.
over a very light wooden frame.
Unbelievable.
But it basically is a three-wheel Morgan with an extra wheel.
It looks to have the rigidity of a soggy bus ticket. But away to the top looks 169, 61.25 for James Burmester. He slipped off a little bit from this morning. 172 is Finn Hope Cameron.
Yeah, the
50.59.
The extra wheel saved him about half a second to the first timing point. So he may not be quick to the top, but he will be faster from a standing start.
Did miss a time, which was Peter Loxton, which was 57.81, better than before by best part of a second. He did lead the class, but then Finn Hope Cameron went up with that 50.59.
Michael James leaving the start in the Riley 12.4 Special,
It's another
which
class, isn't it?
Amazingly fast.
51.99 for the Rip Special of Ollie Lester.
How far behind Finn Cameron did that put him?
A different class. Ollie Lester was in class 14 with the Morgan Rip Special. Michael James of the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special, 1500cc. He's number 184, 3.14 seconds in the first split. That's better than, not better than the first run this morning, but what's he done? A 49 49.35. 49.35. That is quicker than before. So Michael James will lead that one. Got Harry Leston to go up later on in the Rip Special.
And the end of another batch.
Just see if we've got anything in for 170.
Got another copy. Sure.
So time just popped in for 173. Clive Knott with the LV 70.95. 70.95. Big improvement. 4 seconds ish. 5 seconds in fact. Yeah. 70.95. 49.35 for the Riley Cotton Special. Certainly got to see Chris Hubble go up, double driver in that class. I'm looking for a time for 170 to see whether Mark Purnell was coming out.
That's Joe Blake Edwards in the closing
8, which is David Knight, who goes second in the class. What can Joe Edwards do about it? With a 51.43 seconds through the first time. Trap. Back to the Morgan, are we not? 50.59.
The extra wheel saved him about half a
1
second.
second. Did lead the class, but then Finn Hope Cameron went up with that 50.59.
Michael John, what did that put him?
Into the class. Ollie West was in class 14. Special. It's number 184, 3.14 seconds in the first split. That's better than the steps at Snickers-Hof, not with Hof. Yeah, 184, 3.14 seconds. Better than Well, the course control car is back, just reversing into the slot at Wiz Corner, and we are about to go with number 185 going down to the line by the looks of things. 185.
Again, Marcus, we're slightly confused because according to us the first car should be the RIP Special,
which is 781. That's turning round.
Whereas
yeah, that's just a double driven. We've got 190 has just appeared.
yeah, well that's Richard Wiseman in the Type 35 Bugatti.
So 185. Let's find out where that fits into the equation. One of the Nashes.
It must be an additional entry because it's not in the original list.
Another list here. 125. I'm mystified. It's official.
Right, well, you've got Yushan Nug on the line in his very elegant looking Type 35 Bugatti on the alloy wheels. A very proper car. And Richard Wiseman suggested at lunchtime that maybe he'd got a new engine. That's why he was quicker, but I don't think that was the truth.
Two Bugattis are on the hill, 190 and 191. You should end about 8/10 quicker in the first split. There's the Sunbeam Tiger.
But Ian Baxter on the line with the Alta, which is possibly a contender for FTD.
Yep.
Very sprightly off the start. Sounds incredibly crisp.
4815 incidentally for the Fraser Nash that we don't know where it fits in.
That is a good time. Was that?
Very good time.
I saw Pat Blakeney Edwards.
I do wonder.
Yeah, well, I saw him earlier, so he's certainly here.
See if James Baxter can tell us anything about it. He knows everything. Time for 190. Bugatti 65.59.
4 litres supercharged and a lot of power.
65.59 for Richard Wiseman. 55.06. Consult an expert. If you've been told, consult an expert. James Baxter is an expert. That's Patrick Blakeney Edwards is 185 in the Fraser Nash Super Sports. Very quick car, very quick driver, running in the, I think, Class 15 without cycle wings, and his time was a 48.15.
That is a very good time.
Hugely impressive.
So what did
there we go? It's now appeared in Class 14. Class
Right.
14.
And what did Ian Baxter do in the Alta?
In the Alta, Ian Baxter in car number 192 did a 47.08. 47.
So as expected, he would be ahead of
Yeah, by a second.
Patrick.
48.15. PE.
So I would guess that the outer time is at present the best VSCC time.
Yes, it is. Patrick Blakeney-Hope was second. Third, Michael James. Fourth, Finley Hope Cameron. Fifth, Joe Blakeney-Hope Woods. And sixth, Christopher Downham at the moment. Now, we've got the 500s to go. I know they're not VSCC classes, but of course this morning we saw one or two tremendous times from them. Tom Waterfield, 47.20, then 47.05. Best time we've seen from Ian Baxter this afternoon is 47.08. So the quickest 500, the Cooper Norton of Tommy Waterfield, was 300ths of a second quicker this morning than Ian Baxter has just run.
Well, I suppose they ought to be. But have we actually seen Robin Harcourt Smith, 201?
We haven't. There he is. Cornish shall appear.
He's slightly out of order, and that
200 time for Vijay Mallya in the Sunbeam Tiger, 78.41. 78.41 quicker than this morning.
you can't hear us.
So, we can, so we'll try. We're being revved up. There's the Rip Special. This is the second of the lessons. This is Harry Leston going up in 7.81, followed by Robin Harcourt Smith in the Norris Special. Coming down is Gigi Cameron with the Ray Formula Ford.
Robin Harcourt Smith, who's about to set his tyres alight off the line. No diff, of course, so solid back axle.
Sort of rocket towards Wiz Corner.
Chain drive and 3.5 litres of Alvis power.
2.86 this morning. 2.91 this afternoon, I think. Yes, 2.91. Close though. 23 seconds to the split this morning, and a 48.13 overall. So we'll see whether Robin Harcourt Smith can get close to a very stout time this morning. 2.20. Simon Taylor now on the line. Mighty start, 3.08 for Simon Taylor in the HWM Stovebolt Special. So what was the split of Robin Harcourt Smith? 23.41. He's about 4/10 slower to the gate. He might make it up at the top of the hill. He does a 48.38. So
slower.
Quarter of a second away from this morning's time, but
yeah.
48.38 Robin Harcourt Smith. We've got Gigi Cameron now going up in the Formula Ford Ray. Car number 220 is to the end, 51.02 for Simon Taylor. Which was exactly a second outside. 51.02. No, exactly the same as he did this morning in quali.
Hard to believe now that Ray is 52 years old.
It's very odd, particularly since I remember seeing Stephen South driving the Works Ray in 1974. Just trying to find the Formula Ford Ray in the classes. Pages are flipped over somewhere. Time 4. The Ray. Which is in Class 21.
Tom Waterfield coming down the line in the Cooper Mark 9.
Time for Gigi Cameron was 58.69. That's running in Class 21, incidentally. Class 22 now, we've got the 500s. 767 we saw go up early on.
2.92 off the start, Tom Waterfield, so he's the quickest 500 so far.
57.64 for Chris Hubble, completing Class 13. 14 and 15. 16, 17, 18, 19. Class 22 then. Started with Oliver Clothier, the Cooper Mark 5. Car number 240, 53.12. Better than this morning. 242, Alistair Dent, 51.39. His best of the day. Car 245, the Norton powered Cooper of Tommy Waterfield, 46.62. That's the best time we've seen all day in the Cooper Norton. Tony Moss's car, driven by Tommy Waterfield, fresh from that Grand Prix car win at Donington last week too. Who's this? This is Cameron's team car. 246 on the course. 247 on the course is Ewan Cameron. It's 246. Hamish Cameron, Overly done. 246. A 47.93. 47.93. Excellent effort. Because this morning, the 48.08.
In a batch.
Yeah. Yes, we've got a couple of double-driven cars in this. 247 on the hill. 23.18 to the splits.
I'm thinking it makes sense to run. There's only 3 more cars before you've done to the first runs.
So we're just looking to see what can be posted by 247, which is Ewan Cameron, and he has done a 47.99. 47.99 for Ewan Cameron in Class 22, and so
that, of course, is 1100, isn't it?
Yeah, he's third behind Hamish Cameron Everly. So Hamish has done a 47.93, and Uncle Ewan a 47.99. Then we go to Alistair Dent and Oliver Clothier beyond them. Still 2 to go. Ollie Leston in the Cooper Norton Mark 9, and
Fergus Cameron.
So I'm looking to find that the stray Class 22. I know 21. I know what's happened is that the computer printout has given us Class 21 after Class 2. So 230, which was Gigi Cameron, did a 58.69. 58.69 in the Ray Formula Ford, the Ray 74F, as it would have been.
We talked about the Formula Ford Festival. Most people now have forgotten that started at Snetterton by the Snetterton manager. And of course, when it became successful, Brands Hatch decided they wanted it.
The VSCC took it to Brands. Yeah, it 72, 73, 74 and 75 it ran at Snetterton, and 76 it ran at Brands Hatch.
Yes, I remember a number of people then. Glenn Eagling. Do you remember Glenn Eagling?
I know Glenn Eagling, yeah.
A man who should have gone further.
Yeah, a tremendous driver, and of course his lad now runs Lifetime Racing
Right.
up in Norfolk. Dan Eagling is a tremendous driver, I think a very good preparer as well, and yeah, very talented.
John Village, there's a name to conjure with.
John Village, who won the European Formula Ford Championship in 1979 from Chesterfield.
Mm.
Built his own plane in later years. I think he's one of those vans, kit planes from the States. Still see JV around. He races in the 750 Formula, the historic 750 Formula, in a lovely little car that he made decades ago and has rejuvenated. It's got a little Coventry Climax engine in it. So without with just one or two cars to go to finish off the times of the first runs, we're progressing nicely. Tom Waterfield in the 46s, which of course is quicker than he went yesterday. 47.43 to be quick as the 500s yesterday. Ewan Cameron's car, and this one of course is a V-twin, running in this kind of invitation class.
Yes, 1100 V-twin.
Spike Milligan's Connaught went home, didn't it, after qualifying, or after practice.
Well, certainly we haven't seen it again, have we?
I saw the trailer go out, so
oh, right.
Yeah. So I'm assuming the car was on it, not left in the paddock. A friend of mine did one of the Goodwood meetings. I think it was the Revival. And he was heading back to Yorkshire, and when he got to Newbury, which is probably, I should have thought, 50 to 60 miles up the road, he looked in the mirror of his Skoda and he thought, trailer. And he was very, very worried. So he retraced his steps to Goodwood, and there were no major commotions or air ambulance or whatever. And he'd not bothered to hitch it up behind the car as he left the side, still in the paddock shelters.
Yeah. We had a guy turn up at a paddock race meeting at Home Pierpoint with a trailer and no boat.
Ooh.
And he'd forgotten to tie his boat down. And of course, racing catamarans are very aerodynamic. Get up a bit of speed and they go off on their own.
And it kind of planed off the trailer.
Yeah. But he never saw it go.
I remember the great story of a family that invited all their friends to see daughter doing a equestrian event somewhere, and we're all going to meet up at the thing, and we've got the Pims and we've got all the rest of the stuff. And they all turned up with the truck and or the Range Rover and the horse or whatever it was, or the box in the back, and they opened the box and they'd forgotten to put the GG in the conveyance, and so all the family had turned up. I suppose they just had a cracking time and drove home at the end of it.
I always thought horses were troublesome,
but the hay burner was missing. Right, okay, we're into class 1 again with the little Austins, and let's just go and find the
Fergus Gunn.
Class 1, led currently by William Marsh.
Yeah, well, very quick car, very quick driver.
I don't know, did we see 62.75? was Evie Mason, 706, which was the same car. Car on the hill is number 1. Not quite as quick in the initial acceleration as before. This is the salted caramel car. Fergus Gunn at 69.21 early on. That's not in the top 5 in the class. The class led by 6, William Marsh, on a 57.47 from Jonathan Lazell on a 61.46, and Edie Mason in the same Austin as William Marsh, 62.75, half a second clear of Josh White in 3. So let's see what we've got. 392 for Rhodes, about the same as he's done before over the start. 390, 391 and 322 over the also. Waiting now for the time for the 168.95. Which is an improvement for Fergus Gunn.
In a car that incidentally in the family is always known as the brown car.
It's now called the salted caramel car, sorry. Peanut butter car.
Number 4, Jonathan Lazell, that makes a bit of a change because unlike the other cars of the class, which are all Ulsters, that's Gordon England.
70.39 for Robert Rhodes, an improvement, and that is not going to alter the top 5. Josh White in number 3, 66.17 is not as good as before. So 63.28 stands for Josh White, and he remains in 4th place in the class. 4 is Jonathan Lazell, 3.56 in the early acceleration. That's his best of the day. 29.15 to the gate. Again, his best of the day by about 0.8 of a second. So is he going to get down to the 60s, Jonathan Lazell? If he does, he's on 61.46 at the moment, and that was good enough for second. He's done a 60.89, which is
very spirited start by William Marsh.
Yep.
Slight misfire.
Well, Lazell stays second on a 60.89. Evie Mason is third in this car. We're seeing the red car we're seeing on the course now, which you'll have to have a run later on. We wait to see Peter Howard in 5. He has done a 67.77. 400ths outside his previous run. So it looks like it's William Marsh who's on the hill now.
I
He's the
suspect
runway leader.
Andrew McDonald's Humber will not be as quick off the line as William Marsh's Austin Ulster.
Time for number 6 is a 58.05, so not quite as quick for William Marsh. So the 57.47 leads the class with only Evie Mason to go in the same car as number 706. Evie currently third in class, ahead of Josh White with a 62.75, so that's class 1. It's not entirely wrapped up, but if Evie Mason can find a couple of seconds potentially, she might be able to unseat Jonathan Lazell from second place, but it's going to be pretty certain William Marsh who is going to be good for the class win. Class 2
Charles Ping on the line for Class 2 in the Supercharged Austin 7. The Supercharger, of course, is what moves it up a class.
So Andrew McDonald and the Humber is long gone this time. It's Charles. 1, 2, 3 testing. 1, 2, 3 testing. Ladies and gentlemen, just apologies there because we've had a power cut for the last 15 minutes or so. Looks like we've got power back, we've got the PA back, we've got the timing system back, we've got cameras back. So we should, with a fair wind and everything crossed, be able to restart very shortly with these second runs. So lost a little bit of time, I'm afraid, but there was a reason for it. Not quite sure what caused it, but it looks like the boffins have managed to weave their magic, and or somebody's put a shilling in the meter maybe, got the hamster wheel out, we've got power again. So we'll be going just as soon as possible. So we're just about ready to go. Car on the line is car 12. Eleven was on the line when lost the car. So I'm assuming we may have to run 10 and 11 again, Andrew McDonald and Charles Ping. Up on the hill is 12, which is David Keefe in the Riley Brooklands 394 over the first split, similar to before. 31.28 to the second, which is nearly a second up on his previous run. So let's hope this continues well. .66.48. 66.48 for car number 12 in class 2. That's an improvement of exactly 1.2 seconds for David Keefe. Car 15, Tom Golland with the Morgan to the 57.91 this morning. First time up, 57.51 this time. So 4 tenths found for Tom Gallant with the little Morgan, and remains in second place in the class. Cooper to run from the 500 and 1100 class, car 16.63.51 for Roland Woodley. Improvement of 3 tenths of a second. So Roland Woodley remains in 5th place in the class, as up the hill now is 19, which is Simon Thorpe. Best early split time. Time for 17. Meanwhile, Jonathan Lamb with O'Reilly Brooklands a 61.59. 61.59. It's 27 hundredths slower than before. Still very consistent climbing, but Jonathan will have to rely on his first time and remains in 4th place. 56.17 leads. 57.51 second, 59.44 Simon Thorpe is 3rd, 61.32 Jonathan Lamb is 4th, and 63.51 Roland Woodley is in 5th place. 19 has got to the top, 57.96, 57.96, very good improvement for Simon Thorpe. And that's improvement of about a second and a half. What's that done? 57.96 has taken him up into 3rd place. 3rd place then at the moment for Simon Thorpe. And working up the hill, what have we got for Harry Baxter in the HRG, number 20, 54.45. That's a superb improvement. Couple of seconds almost, and that has moved Harry Baxter further clear at the top with a 54.45. So Harry Baxter looks as though he's got this one in the bag. I think we're going to see Charles Ping go again, but I don't think he's going to find an enormous amount of time which he needs to do. 7.46, I think that is on course. 7.45 is one of the Coopers, Ollie Leston. 7.45's time, 47.90. 47.90. And that is 900ths quicker than Ewan Cameron went. Bear in mind it's a first run for Ollie Leston. Fergus Cameron a 50.59 in the 746 car. That's class 22. And Tom Waterfield leads on 46.62. Ollie Leston 47.9 is second. Hamish Cameron-Leavely 47.93 is third, and Ewan Cameron on 47.99 is in 4th place. Everything to play for there, with 900ths of a second splitting second, third and 4th. And clear by about 3/10 Tom Waterfield. So we are into our next class, which is class 3, and the first got a 7:42 time to put in. Time for 7:42 when I can find it is 52.09. But in the meanwhile, we've got 31 Rebecca Wiseman, Fraser Nash Interceptor, 65.50. Very good improvement. of 2.5-ish seconds. 32 was Derek Tew in the Wolseley Hornet, 69.10 this time. And that is 0.08 of a second outside Derek Tew's first go. It's now working class 3. Rufus Flan leads from Jeremy Flan. Tony Woods third. John Giles is fourth. David Saxel is fifth. It's a big class. David Saxel just going down towards the line. We can see that 33 Matilda Jones has gone up a 67.14. 67.14. That wasn't as quick as before. So 64.42 is Matilda Jones' better time. .34, which is Graham White, 74.88 before, and a 71.05 this time through, so more than 3 seconds towards 4 gained by the fastest driver, Graham White, number 34. Graham White's the last we saw. Next on the hill is 35. Lou Parkin. Didn't see a first time for Lou Parkin, but 64.39 this time. And still not contending time for the top 3 in the class. 37. Mark Roston Edwards with the GN 11.9 Annie did a 60.25. Disappointing opening run, but much better, and almost down to where he was in practice on a 59.70. So a much better run for Mark Roston. It leaves the Flans, father and son, or son and father, Rufus and Jeremy out front, with Tony Wood third, John Giles fourth, and David Saxel fifth. David Saxel's waiting at the start line. Meanwhile, the class is evolving. The course car reversing back down the hill, so it's a temporary hold. So the course car is back at base. .39 and 40 are waiting to go once we've seen David Saxel depart. David Saxel on a 59.43. Currently 5th in class. Away he goes. 3.41 to the first split. That's better than before by more than 2/10. So this should be a lower 59. If he can keep up the pressure, he's got to find just 1/100th of a second to unseat John Giles by the looks of things. 69.76. Where was John Giles? Sorry, 59.45 to 59.4. 4.3 to 4.2. Always 100th of a second. Couldn't read my own writing there for a moment. So, how is David Saxel doing? He has got to the top in 59.58. 59.58. So 59.43 leaves him 5th from this morning. John Giles has survived that onslaught by 100th of a second, but there could be others waiting in the wings to take the place. Rufus Flan leads in 8.40. 40 Jeremy Flan is second. 42 Tony Wood is third. There is 39 tying for John Giles. A 57.91. 57.91. That's a superb improvement for John Giles in the TT rep.
Returned just in time for my expertise, haven't I? Look, we've got a Bugatti on the line.
So the Fraser Nash GT, John Giles, 57.91. Well, it leaves him fourth. But it's just a better margin over David Saxel, who didn't improve. So we wait now to see what Jeremy Flan can do. 52.50 takes 3/10 from his previous run. Where does it put him? 52.50. His lad did 52.37, so it looks like it's a family 1-2 with Rufus surviving by 1,300 seconds so far. He got one more run in hand though. 42 did a 52.31. Tony Wood, that's a terrific time. 52.31, and that has put him top of the tree. So Tony Wood and the Fraser Nash has actually gone past both the Flans. It's left to Rufus to uphold family honour now, because Tony Wood's gone top. Rufus is suddenly second, Rufus Flan, and Jeremy Flan is in third place. So that came from nowhere. Over a second gain, 1.15 seconds for Tony Wood in the Fraser Nash Super Sports. We go 43, the Bugatti Brescia, which was Richard Marsh, did a 65.12. 65.12, so we'll rely on the earlier 64.46 as we see on course now.
Vijay Mallya on the hill.
Yeah, 50 and 52 we see, and Vijay Mallya is away in 51.60 is on the line. That is Mallya, isn't it? 60. No, it's Pilkington on the line now. Richard Pilkington. Time for number 50, Paul Ginnings, with the Lagonda 1680, a 76.72. 76.72. It's about a second and a half gain in class 4. It's not going to upset the leaderboard. 52 is Mike Pallett, 56.37. And that is not as quick as before, but it's only a matter of a few hundredths. But Jeremy Brewster leads this class on a 54.38, class 4. 57.79 is Vijay Mallya. But that is the end of a session by the looks of things.
Time's getting a bit late, isn't it? And we've got people here wanting to leave. Look, the Type 49 Bugatti is about to go. parked behind us. My screen died again.
Ah.
Got that picture back.
We got the picture, but not the screen. Well, we have to be grateful for small mercies, I think, because we are at least able to progress. So I'm still not sure what the mystery car 742 is, unless it's the Tony Wood car double driven.
Well, it should be. It should be that car with just a 7 added.
So who is that though? Because the 742, 42 is quickest in the class on a 52.31, 742, whichever it was, at a 52.09. So I'm guessing it's a different car. Otherwise, it would show up in the class leaderboard. So not sure about that one. So we're progressing well with class 3. Class 4, we've got class 60 was the last to climb. Richard Pilkington in the Alfa Romeo 66.40. He's in a class of his own, and that is 7/10 gained from the first run. Didn't see a time for number 51, which was Vijay Mallya, and that's in class 4, 57.79 on the screen from the first run. So if you did get a time, it's not was an improvement. last car that went up, last car that went out was the Richard Pilkington Alpha. That is back. So I'm assuming we're going to see the course car down pretty pronto.
Yes, we're just waiting for the course car.
Yep, and the first of the next batch is number 70. That is Roger Thorpe with the
3098.
Yep, car that's had a fail, a red flag, and no time recorded, and then put another one in. So he finally get one on the
Perhaps
slate.
he's gone home in disgust.
No, you see it. He's having another go.
Here's the course car back.
So we've had class 5. It's a solo class for Richard Pilkington. 70 is the glorious blue Vauxhall of Roger Thorpe.
I mean, we don't bar, but we'll take it.
3098, you know, didn't have front wheel brakes originally. And many have since been fitted with them.
I wonder why.
Well,
I suppose as traffic, they're still used regularly on the road, these cars. I mean, they've got to keep up, keep some kind of pace with modern braking systems.
They were originally virtually a 100-mile-an-hour car, so must have been quite exciting.
Like driving a Ford Capri 3 litre or something like that and seeing the incident about half a mile up the road and thinking, I wonder if I'm going to stop.
Yeah. Two 3098s, but one with a boat tail. Look at that. Is that rather fancy?
Yep. That's 71, which is Erica Pilkington. Away goes Roger Thorpe. And the Railton Light Sports coming down.
John Frack.
It's very bright, isn't it? Sort of Leyden House, the Formula One March colours, one of the two distinct shades that we use.
Yeah.
Miami Blue, I think they called it.
Straight A Hudson engine with a splash lubricated big ends. Never seemed to worry them. The Hudson itself was a very fast car when they were new. Remarkable value for money.
Time for number 70. No, it's just about getting there. Well over a minute. Roger Thorpe.
Martini, safety.
Still not there, according to the clock, which is now over 90. And that's, I think there's I saw a red flag drifting there into the vision, so. Is that Roger Thorpe stopped just before Martini? I suspect it is.
I think we've talked that up, Marcus. So he's only had one successful run all day.
Had one this morning, failed on the first one, a red flag the second one, so he obviously stopped. Something ahead of him happened. Got a time in eventually. Then no time recorded in the first effort. Then he came back to another go. Got a 79.18. That's his best so far. Now the car is, I would say, about sort of 40 metres before Martini Corner, with marshals in attendance, just chatting to the driver and.
And a red flag.
Yep. So we'll see both Vauxhalls go again. Meanwhile, the Railton is.
Well,
we've been throwing some curveballs here, aren't we?
I hope he wasn't stopped by a pheasant. We do feel it incumbent on us to protect the wildlife when it ventures onto the course.
Land Rover coming down from the top paddock just to hook up with the Vauxhall. And
so clearly it's a breakdown rather than
it would appear so.
Wildlife.
Yeah, it's a fail for 70. That's finally been flagged up. So
he won't be going home feeling he's had a successful day, would he?
No, it's been a drama.
Hmm.
And he's going to remain propping up the class on that 79.18. Erica Pilkington had done a 68.70 before, having improved from 270 runs, to 270s this morning, to a 68.70. She'd been keen to try and go a little bit quicker. And John Fack, the only driver in Class 6 under a minute and a 59.44 remains on the start line. Here comes Erica Pilkington.
To turn round and have another go.
Yep. Fortunately, John Fack's able to hook reverse. Erica's going to do the pragmatic thing and do a turn in the road. Not allowed to call it a three-point turn, are you, these days? And she'll reverse back to the start line.
Well, that was a perfect three-point turn.
I remember reading somewhere that in explaining the rules of ice skating, when you had the compulsory figures and then the free program, and you got points for both, they said it was in the days of James Hunt in Formula One. It was like asking James Hunt whether he could do a three-point turn behind the pits at Brands Hatch in his McLaren or whatever, and awarding him 3 championship points, and then say, now go and race to collect the rest of them.
Electrical failure was just a trip. Something tripped.
Right.
And they just reset it.
So we are ostensibly keen and ready to go again. There we go. Green light for Erica Pilkington.
And she's off.
4:06. That's her best start by some margin. If she can beat 34.24 to the gate, she's got a really good chance of improving 68.70. Next, what we're looking for is a low 38 or better. 32. 34, but 32. 94, so she's a good second or so up at this point on her previous best. So wouldn't be surprised to see her get into the 66s.
Then we're back into the Edwardians with the Railton on the hill. They've obviously reduced the gap between starts. That the Railton started much sooner after the Vauxhall than previously happened.
71. Eric Pilkington kind of leached away at the top, 68.88. So she was second and a half or so up at the gate, but lost time and finished 1800ths slower. Now it may be to do with the light conditions under the trees as well, and how the track surface is for the top, but we have seen quite a few improvements. Father went 3/4 of a second quicker early on. I love that board track racer, it's fantastic. What has 72 done? 50 and 58. 58.88. So exactly 10 seconds quicker than Erica Pilkington for John Fack, and that stretches his advantage as class winner. Then in class 6. Moving into class 7, we've got on the line.
Well, the Dion's already gone.
The Dion's gone, which is number 80, Tim Harrison. Stunning pickup picto. Portions of that are just white. Beautiful car. Fabulous finish on it too. So 80, the 11300. Would you imagine that? Tim Harrison, in probably the slowest car in the competition, he's gone up in this run 4/100ths of a second slower than his previous run. That's consistency.
That's consistency, yeah.
Yeah. Duncan Cartwright in the Sunbeam 1216, number 82, is approaching the top. He did a 74.38 earlier on.
And I don't think there's any doubt that the class will be won by this. It's probably already been won by this car, hasn't it?
74.74 this time for Duncan Cartwright, quicker before. 83, which is Ian Seymour Smith, the Mitchell board racer. Car number 83 is 65.64. Not as fast as before. And then we've got Archie Bullitt, the class winner in the Sturdivant aero-engined car. He is en route, and that was, I think, Rufus Flan going, wasn't it, to complete?
Yeah, it was the mysterious 840.
So 84 is Archie Bullitt, 54.22. So only driver in the class to improve on this run. Great class win for Archie Bullitt in Jeff Smith's Picard Pictet, the Sturdivant Aero Special, the Pick. We go to Rufus Flan. In car 840. That's a cracking time, 51.67. So that's a big improvement. And that is in Class 3. If we go back into the Class 3 standings, Rufus Flan 51.67 leaves him about 7/10 or so clear of Tony Wood, who improved to a 52.31. So from being 600ths behind, Rufus Flan has suddenly gone through. He's about 6/10, certainly half a second ahead. So that is a terrific effort, and he's going to win that class. But he had to dig deep. Second, Tony Wood, 52.31, and 52.50 for Jeremy Flan. We're into our next group of cars, and we've got 7:31 on the go, which I think is Sophie Wiseman. It is, to complete Class 3. Sophie did a 78.06 earlier on. Rebecca Wiseman 65.50 in the same car. 71.57 gains best part of 6.5 seconds.
And we're into Class 8.
We are. That's the Austin 7 Specials. It's just getting quite tight. At the top, it was Kevin Morton, the only driver under a minute, but behind them we had Ethan Harris on 60.97, Eleanor Bergman 61.49, Clive Bergman 63.26, Graham Beckett 63.33. So it was all very tight at the top of Class 8. Car number 90, David Mitchum, 69.11 before, 68.61 second time up. Very good improvement of exactly half a second. 93, which is Rory Mangles for Austin 7, 68.56 before, 68.86 this time, so 0.3 dropped. The quicker runners seem to be seeded towards the end of the batch here, or the end of the class. On the hill currently is 95, which is Robert Barbett. 94 has got to the top, 65.65. Good improvement for Chris Pickering, but still needs to be in the 63s to be in the top 4. That's the standard. Robert Barbett in 95 is on his way. 96 is also herring up. That's Clive Bergman. Now Clive Bergman get in the mix here. 63.26. He's got to do. He's got to find a second and a half-ish to catch his daughter. And Ethan Harris is up ahead. Kevin Morton still the only car under a minute. So let's have a look. 95 Robert Barbett, 75.76. That didn't go according to plan. So 69.97 keeps Robert Barbett where he was. 96 Clive Bergman has done a 61.85. So he's got into 61s. Not as quick as his daughter, quite. So that'll leave him 4th in the class. Good improvement, but not quite enough to to catch Eleanor, who is 36 hundredths of a second swifter to the top, 97. That was a 58.17 for Kevin Morton. Very good improvement, something around 7/10 of a second, and is going to be the class winner, I would think. Don't see the others making quite enough time. 98 is towards the top, which is Graham Beckett, 63.33. This time a 62.48, 62.48 for Graham Beckett, and that is going to leave Graham Beckett in 5th place. No David Fennell, no Mark Chandler, next couple of cars, so we will see Eleanor Bergman go up out of this section. Bergman still second. Ethan Harris, also a double driver, currently lying second. Eleanor Bergman third, half a second-ish adrift. Car 112, and we go into class 9 now. That's Jack Butler with the Riley Special, 58.70 before, 57.90 this time. So that's a good improvement. 111 Andrew Briggs with the Riley, haven't seen that go up yet. We've got 113 nearing the top, which is Tamo Voigt in the Riley Special. 113 Tamo Voigt, 60.34.
Joe White on the line with her 12-4 Riley Special. That's an attractive looking car, Marcus.
It is, and yeah, Joanne White with the 115, 3.38 in the first sprint away, which is not quite as quick as before, but maybe a better exit from the first corner. Robert Gillam is at the top, 69.24. That's an improvement from the 70s. Not enough to alter top 5, which currently is led by Christopher Downham. In the Riley 9 Ulster Imp from Dr. David Pike, from William Butler, from Ian Standing, Shane Morgan and Dr. Pike, and then David McRobert. 114, which was Robert Gillam, I gave you 69.24, 58.29 for Joanne White on the clock in 115, but that time 69.24. No, sorry, 58.20, 58.20. Couldn't see into the sun, and she's shaved 9/100ths off a time. 58.20 remains on the slate then for Joanne White.
That's right, they're going.
116, 87.74. That didn't work for Paul Compton. 56.74 works. 87.74 that time. So it's lost 21 seconds somewhere. Wasn't in the first part of the hill. It was only about a tenth slower at that point. 117. Marcus Frieda. haven't reached the top. So there's a... I wonder if there was an issue with Paul Compton, which has led to Marcus Frieda slowing right down. Because both of them, Marcus Frieda hasn't got to the top according to this. And I'm just trying to see where... Maybe, or it just didn't trigger the timing. Timing's still clicking. 118, David McRobert, who is 5th in class, is sitting patiently on the start line. Class led by 119, Christopher Downham, who is preparing to go, will be 3rd into the into bat here.
Who's the second driver in Mike Pallett's Hyperleaf?
That is Jeremy Brewster, isn't it? 116, no time recorded. And 117, no time recorded. So that's what the issue is there. So those times are not representative. Yes, the Lee Francis as a second driver.
Which is on the line. Well, it's not. It's in front of us.
That's in class 4. That's the... We've not seen the Malia BMW in this session, and we've not yet seen Jeremy Brewster. He's waiting to go in 752. Well, let's see what we've got now. So 118. In fact, the last 2 cars haven't recorded times. Let's just see whether that trend can be changed. David McRobert, currently 5th in class in the 118 Riley 12-4 Special. .17 is at 500 slower than his previous best initial charge. 26 flat is about where he needs to be to improve. As he gets to the top and improved, 54.29. 54.29 for David McRobert. He'll be really pleased with that. .29, but interestingly, that leaves him 4th in class. It's moved him up ahead of Ian Standing, who's yet to go. Back into class 4. And this is Jeremy Brewster. 121 is Dr. David Pryke, about to have his go. 119. On the start line. Christopher Downham, currently the class leader on 51.90 in class 9. Waiting for that time though from class 4, which is Jeremy Brewster in 752.
And David Pryke going down at the start line in the Morgan Riley.
57.70, not as quick for Jeremy Brewster. 54.33, looks like it's going to take the class though from Mike Pallett and Vijay Malia in the BMW. Back into class 9. 752 we've just seen up, haven't we? Which was the Brewster car. Up on the hill 59, class leader. 51.17. 51.17. Terrific improvement by just over 7/10 of a second for Christopher Downham. That could well
in a batch
trick unless Dr. David Pryke in 121 can do something about it. He's got to find best part of a second. 50.17 for David Pryke. 50.17 looks like he snatched it with a terrific second climb. We're still to see that car come up again with Ian Standing aboard it as 7-2-1, but 50.17 has moved David Pryke to the top of the tree in Class 9. 50.17 for David Pryke. .55.69 is Ian Standing's time in that car, but David Pryke goes top, 50.17. Christopher Downham second now, 51.17. 50.17, 51.17. Third place is William Butler, who is yet to go in this second run because he's one with double-driven cars, and Ian Standing similarly. So they currently lie third and fifth, split by David McRobert in his Riley. So we'll see two more to decide Class 9, two more runs to decide Class 9.
Ian Standing, of course, is a very quick driver, but he is driving someone else's car today, and I think it's unlikely that he'll beat David Pryke, both for political reasons and because he's not particularly familiar with the car.
85, he's got 61. It's really funny, over the years I've done it a couple of times and I've beaten the driver who owns the car, and the variance in reaction has been marked. There's been the sort of, oh, well done, you know, I've been trying to beat that time for a very long time and you've done it, or, oh, journalists managed to do it, I better pull my finger out, and they get out and then go quicker still, which makes me very happy because you've done your job. You've kind of pushed them to achieve something they thought they couldn't.
A better time.
Indeed.
We'll soon be talking to ourselves, I think, Marcus.
We were talking to ourselves and we had the power cut.
Yeah, but we didn't know we were.
Well, we did because there was no feedback through the headphones. But, yeah, so... Cool. So... cars coming back down then. Waiting to just receive the last of that batch. We've got another batch coming with
and one of your favourite cars coming down, like the board racer. And
I think that is just fabulous.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? And of course, it now seems astounding that they used to build these board tracks, some of them getting on for 2 miles long, and there were millions of yards of timber involved, and of course they just fell apart. Very short-term things.
Indianapolis was a brick track, wasn't it, originally? And of course they just got this stripe of bricks these days.
Yeah,
too.
they
It
left
used to be called the Brickyard.
Called the Brickyard, but it was brick originally, yeah. Back in 1919.
Started before that, didn't it? Ray Haroon in the Marmon Wasp was the first winner.
Yeah. Have you ever looked at the steering on that? It's got 3 gears between the steering wheel and the column. Absolutely looks like a recipe for disaster. I'm sure the MS UK wouldn't like it now.
There's a lovely Vauxhall Roger Thorpe, that beautiful blue colour. I'm absolutely convinced it's that BS-108 aircraft blue.
Well, the course car's back. And instantly Bernie Muir's down to the line.
Yep, 130 in Class 10. Moving into Class 10 now. Had some pretty big classes. There's another big one. And Class 10 is currently led by Joe Blakeney Edwards on a 55 with a number 139 Fraser Nash. Second is Charles Pither with a Fraser Nash. Ulster in the 54s, David Knight in the 55s, Paul Mullins in the MG in the 56s, and Simon Bowyer in 133. Fraser Nash Colmore, that's the very pretty pale green one, isn't it?
It's the one that's in front of us now with the
that'll be it.
outside exhaust.
That's lovely. So 130, nearly at the top. That is Bernie Muir with the Alvis Special. Reached the top in 66.51. 66.51. We'll have to rely on the 65.84 from earlier on for result. 131. Is close to the top. That is Richard White with the Fraser Nash Supersport.
And I think that's Charles Pither on the line, isn't it?
Yeah, but the clock is still ticking. 70.79 for Richard White. Not as quick as the 68.75 before. So 133, Simon Bowyer, currently 5th in class, is on his way, as is Charles Pither, 2nd in class in the 137.
Did Paul Compton not get a time because he just came back down the hill and he's there again to go up?
Look for that. 133, 61.21. Look at that, 61.20, 61.21 for Simon Bowyer in 133. He remains 5th in class. One 7 is Marcus Frieda having that go. We've got no time recorded for 117, 56, 97, 56, 97.
So Paul Compton must have had no time recorded either.
That's right.
Because he's going again now.
56.97 is an improvement for Marcus Frieda by 0.7 of a second. And Compton what's Paul Compton going to do in 116, 60? No, that's no next. 96 is next up. 96 is Eleanor Bergman, who has done a 62.07. 62.07. Not quite as quick as before. 61.49 though will leave her third in class, by the looks of things, in class 8. Eleanor Bergman, yes, 61.49. Beat the old man by 0.4 of a second-ish. And only Ethan Harris, who is second in class, could do anything about it in 7.97. Class 1, by the looks of things, yes, by a country mile, by Kevin Morton, in car 97 Rally 9 Special. So 116, I'm afraid, has failed. That was the car that had no time recorded before. 116.
Yes, Paul Compton, isn't it?
Paul Compton, I think.
Yes, Paul Compton. And Simon Codwell's MG backing off from the line while they bring presumably 116 back.
So we've got William Butler to go in the Rally Special in this class, and Ian Standing in the Morgan. 134 was red flagged. 134. Anthony Norton was red flagged.
We're going to be late away today, aren't we?
It's shades of deja vu after last night.
I wasn't here last night.
I think I got out eventually at about 7:30, something like that. But we did do the prize giving, so that was. We are now on. Actually, we're only on 6 o'clock. In fairness, so it's all we need is a good clear run. we're back underway, and it is 1:34, which is Anthony Norton with the Alvis 1250. First runs are 61.72. We are into class 10.
And he got no time for his first, well, his second run up.
Yeah, that's right. He was flagged.
Yeah,
he was flagged as one of the cars ahead, broken down. So next on the hill will be 135. Simon Cordwell with the MG, and 134 is nearly at the top.
That's another pretty car, isn't it? That Paul Mullins K-type.
61.60 improvement from Anthony Norton after all that. Simon Caldwell 135 is away. Yes. Paul Mullins is okay. Special. It's beautiful. Time for 1:35. 68.79, 68.79, exactly half a second slower than before. 68.29 remains on the slate then for Simon Cordwell. 1:36. Paul Mullins is on the start. 7:12 is close to the top, and 7:97. 7:12 and 7:97. 7:97 is Ethan Harris to complete class 8. 7:97. 7:12. Find that time. Is 54, 46 incidentally, but trying to find where it's going to slope to. Yes, there it is, William Butler. 54, 46. Not as quick as the 53, 82 of before. But you see Ian Standing go up to complete this class in the organisers. Charles Pither going again. 7:97. Was Ethan Harris going back into class 8, in which he was lying second, and the time is a 58.50, 58.50, and well, Kevin Morton has won the class at 58.17. 58.50 is good enough for second in class for Ethan Harris, with an improved time, 60.97, 58.52.47 seconds quicker. So that class is first 97 Kevin Morton, second 7.97 Ethan Harris, and third 7.96, which is Eleanor Bergman, who beat her father. 1:36 has been red flagged. Paul Mullins. Dear, dear. And 1:37, therefore. 1:36 and 1:37 have both been red flagged.
Yeah, Charles Pither stopped up by the gate.
I suspect he's turning round, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's turning around.
Just trying to turn round.
Can't see another problem there. And that's Joe Blakeney Edwards down there, isn't it?
Yes.
So, a fast lady.
Leading the class.
Yeah.
That's how fast she is.
Right, Charles Pither's turned round and is returning for another attempt. Oh, dear.
Ah. That didn't quite
No.
go as well as planned, did it? There, John.
I think I heard a scraping, so maybe the axles hit the edge of the tarmac.
Apologies for this delay, ladies and gentlemen, with a vehicle, one of the competing cars, just off at the side of the track at the start line. But they're bringing the big Landy down, aren't they?
Forward control Land Rover to
hoik it out.
hoik it out of its predicament. It is in a predicament, isn't it?
I know you're from Norfolk, but I think if you're from Suffolk, you say it was on the her.
On the her. No, Norfolk people say that too. It's on the her.
On the her. It's all a bit sort of the angle of dangle is not quite right at the moment, but.
Attention, paddock, attention, paddock. Drivers, we apologise for the red flag. We can go there. We'll move it as soon as we possibly can. This is to let everybody know that, of course, we are up against time trying to get the meeting complete. So please don't come and ask whether you can leave the venue before the end. I know they disappoint. we really do need to get to the end of the event, so there won't be any opportunity for muscle car to leave during the remaining practice session. And could we also ask drivers to, if you are not 100% confident in your car's mechanical ability, if you think you might have an issue that might cause you to stop on the hill, then we would ask you please report to the So if your car is not 100% healthy,
Quite tight top. It was Kevin Mawson, the only driver under a minute, but behind them, Dan Beckett 63.33. So it was all very tight at the top of class 8. Car number 90, David Mitchell, 69.11 before. 85s, he's got into 61s, not as quick as his daughter, quite, so that'll leave him 4th in the to catch Eleanor, who is 36 seconds, Swifter to the top, 97. Wide on the clock in 115, but that time 69.25. No, sorry, 58.20. Do something about it. It's got a fine best part of the second. 50.17 or
It's another pretty car, isn't it? That
2 before. But see Ian Standing go up to complete this class in the organisers. Charles Pither going again. Second practice sessions now. Each competitor is going to do 2 practice runs. That's the intention anyway.
Magnet has a capacity of 1271 cc's, which you will note is exactly the same as a number of Wolseley Hornet specials. And that which is very handy because they take up a lot less space than the band volumes.
You can't flick through them in the bath.
You can't.
Super 185 is. It doesn't appear in the program in the historic Grand Prix cars race at Donington last weekend. The next Roy Salvadori Time 53 Grand Prix car, jumping between cars and being quick and everything. Waterfield 2.94 off the line. 246 was 246 Hamish Cameron Eveley, excellent 48.08. So 47.05 is 245.
And that is the end of that. That it is the end of practice.
So 192 is Ian Baxter. Just looking at that time again. Reaches of the circuit round Martini corner 70.42. 70.42. That is an
Humber 818. Andrew is my assistant editor in for Begantics, the Bugatti Owners Club magazine, and normally
I hear an engine, which is very good news. And we go back into
I think it was David Knight, but it's a long while ago that it went past us.
It's into class 10, and it's 1:38, which is David Knight, absolutely right, who's on the line.
Almost a lifelong Fraser Nash man, David.
It's rather kind of Art Deco, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
37, 69.76 for start crew. I think it's just waiting for the signal from up the hill to say that the Land Rover is parked up. They've got that. The red light is, the red flags have been withdrawn. The red light will shortly go to green, and we'll see David Knight, who set at 55.21 earlier in the day. Green light. .14. That's an impressive getaway. 3.12 in one of the practice runs. It now sounds like it's misfiring. It's fluffing, isn't it? Going up.
Yes. And a 6-cylinder engine, so an AC, I guess. Ian Standing is coming to the line. The next car to come down the line is Ian Standing in the Morgan Riley.
Yeah, that'll be an influence on the past result. Paul Mullins will have to go again because he was flagged. David Knight, Fraser Nash TT rep. And the clock is still ticking, I'm afraid.
Take a bit more
Top.
run.
And you can see the car stopped on our screens at the approach to Martini Corner. So the Vauxhall stopped about 40 metres before that. They're developing an aversion to this final hairpin, aren't they? So 1:38 has failed. It's official. And Joe Blakely Edwards, therefore, would have been flagged.
But of course they've therefore got to come down again and rerun.
The car that's been flagged has, and they've already got Paul Mullins and Paul Mullins up there stop. So 1:38 fail, 1:39 red flag. Next class is class 11 with 2 in it. That's the Derby Bentley double driven. Ben and Justin Hart. Justin led by exactly a quarter of a second early on. Here comes Joe Blakely Edwards with the Fraser Nash Super Sport. Let's have a look at the next reversing fest.
Don't talk it up.
No.
It's exactly where we were about 20 minutes ago.
Exactly that.
Watching a Fraser Nash back up over the bridge to take another run.
Yeah, points for technical merit there for Joe.
Yep, she did that with no trouble.
To perfection. So, top of the hill has been cleared by the looks of things. Yep, nothing on our screens.
Okay.
3.01 for Joe Blakely Edwards. 3.03, he's done a couple of them, but this is quicker initially. How's that a little bit looking? Should be looking for somewhere around 24s to the gate. 24.79, that's in touch. There's Ian Standing, who's given the Morgan Riley a fair squeeze off the start.
Yeah, well, it's a quick car.
3:46. And Ian Standing. Currently in class 9. Is currently in 5th place in that. Joe Blakely Edwards 52.04. 52.04. After all that palaver, she was about half a second slower than she was, but she leads that class 10. See what Ian Standing is going to do. He needs to get into the low 54s. And car 721, 54.41. He's going to leave in 5th behind David McRobert on a 54.29. William Butler's 3rd, 53.02, 51.17. Christopher Downham. David Pryke and Morgan, 50.17. So 54.41. Good improvement for Ian Standing. And but it's not going to move him up the class order. Back into class 10.
And we've got the Fraser Nash Lamont on the hill, post-war Fraser Nash with Bristol engine.
Mike Scott, that car. That's car 50. Solo runner in class 12, 56.42 earlier on. And some of the time might have gone out of the hill for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
61.27. 5 seconds slower. Doesn't alter the situation. 161 and 163 are away, and this is in class 13. Time for 160, 61.27, which is Jake Purnell. Not as quick as the 60.59 from earlier. And looking at this class, which is class 13. It's Finley Hub Camera who leads it on 172. That doesn't look like it's going to get to the top at the moment. .161, which is India Walker. 61.57. Not as quick as before. 60.04 is India Walker's best. She remains in 5th place. 5th place. 163 is Neil Thorpe with the Singer Spikers. 60.69 before, 62.39 this time. So nobody has improved in this class yet. And then we go to 165.
I guess the track's cooling down now.
Yep, I would say so. And 66.26 for 165. A lot slower than before. 57.81 stands for Peter Loxton in the 165. He remains in 3rd place in the class with his earlier run. Rick Permain in 166 with 60.41. Again, not as quick. 59.74 leaves Rick Permain in 4th place. 167 for Aspin and 168. Samuel Archer are en route. Chris Hubble in 767 on a 57.64, currently lies 2nd.
Finn Cameron off the line with wheel spin as ever. And
61.90. The first to improve is Peter Aspin. He lost the 7-seater, but out over a minute isn't going to affect the top 5. 168. Oh, much better run from Samuel Archer. 55.83. And that went 10 seconds off time. 55.83 is going to move Samuel Archer up to 2nd place behind Finley Hope Cameron of 50.59. So that's a great improvement. That goes to 2nd. Samuel Archer, we knew he could do the times. He was here running quickly yesterday. 168 then, 55.83. 172, which is Finley Hope Cameron, 50.66. Terrific run for him, but it is 0.07 of a second shy of his earlier run. So Finley Hope Cameron looks likely to take this class. 173 is on the run. That is Clive Knott in the Elfie.
That won't be a contender for FTD. But we've got Michael James in front of us in the very fast Riley 12.4.
Oh, 173 was red flagged, I'm afraid. The Elfie.
But Finn Cameron was ahead of him, and he got a time, so he must have crossed the line and gone.
50.66, yeah, he was 0.07 adrift. So
so has the Elfie failed on the hill?
It's been red flagged according to the official notification from the timekeeper's box. Chris Hubble in.
Oh yeah, it's back here. It's going to do the backing down trick. Well, it sounds healthy, so...
Yep. Didn't take very long to repatriate the Alfie to the line.
Pheasant again?
So Philly Hope Cameron out front in this class. 50.59 and 50.66. Next closest is Samuel Archer on a 55.83. Then Chris Hubble, 57.64. He's yet to go again. So there goes the Alfie. 4.4 over the first split. Got it. First of the Coopers coming down. Michael James has got the signals to go. The danger is that the Alfie is going to climb over 70 seconds. Michael James.
With that Riley behind him, which is very quick.
.95
yeah.
for the Alfie. First run, 70.95. Identical times. So 184, which is Michael James in the Cotton Special, did a 50.88. 50.88. Not as quick as before, 49.35. But of course in this class, the late arrival of Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash Supersports to 48.15 has now pushed that class potentially beyond reach. Tommy Waterfield comes down at the Kip Norton, but away though before. There's 181. Ollie Leston, the Rip Special. Morgan Rip Special, 51.63. Yep, good improvement. 3/10 for Ollie Leston. He'll be coming out, of course, later in the Cooper, which we're seeing on the track now. In the hands of Tom Waterfield. .246 and 245. Oh, the Cooper's currently running. Tom Waterfield leading the class on a brilliant 46.62. Quickest run of the day. .94 again over the starting times. Tom Waterfield 48.61. 48.61. Lost a couple of seconds under the hill, so 46.62 continues to lead the class. 2.46 is Hamish Cameron Evely. No, his time is the 48.61, sorry. 48.61. Not as quick as before. He wanted Tom Waterfield doing 2.45. 47.67. 47.67. Not as quick as before, so 46.62. Continues to lead that. This is class 22. Waterfield leads it from Ollie Leston, 46.62 to 47.9. Hamish Cameron Evely is third on 47.93. Ewan Cameron is next up on 47.99. Fergus Cameron on 50.59, so it's really close. 2.42 time there for Alistair Dent with the Cooper Mark 5, 52.11, not as quick as before, 51.31 earlier in the day. It's the one that's going to count. So we'll see Ewan Cameron and the V-twin Cooper come up in a while. Ollie Lester and Fergus Cameron take over the two cars. We'll see him go up. Tom Waterfield hand over to Leston, and Hamish Cameron Evely will hand over to his cousin, to Fergus. Should be just one more batch to go, I reckon.
Yes, there can't be more than one batch to go.
Yeah, stones. Yeah, yeah. Well,
It's not a very big batch either, from what I recall. A couple of reruns from this run, haven't we? We've suddenly got Paul Mullins to go again. Should he wish to. Car 136, the MG. Oh yes, 733's come down with a passenger, which must mean that the first driver has left the car at the top, or maybe just Dennis Johnson chested, I think. 65. Austin's Austin Fiat. There's the Bantam Spiking Special. Another nice Austin Monoposto 167. Peter Aspin. There's the Cameron Morgan 172. Finley Hope Cameron, who is top of the tree in class 13. saw Joe Blakely Edwards come back. She's won her class with Fraser Nash. Hopefully that is pretty much everyone back. We should see a course car fairly shortly.
Yes, the course car's on its way.
Course car back.
The list is here now.
Ah, yeah. We just wondered we hadn't seen the departure of the Lister. The Lister replica, beautifully made Lister knobbly, like Jaguar engine. So here comes the Alta.
Ian Baxter, 2 litre supercharged. He's currently leading the VSCC contingent, isn't he?
Yes, he is on a 47.08. John, his second quickest time of the day, but Tom Waterfield's quickest 46.62. Not vintage eligible. Away goes next to Robin Harcourt. Smith gives the big burnout to the Elvis engine Fraser Nash. Not a special.
And Baxter safely through the gate and into the S's.
Baxter through the gate in 22.49. Not as quick as this morning, but he went quicker by most of a second overall in the first run. 2:01 is Smith. 2:90. It's been so quick off the start with that car. 2:86 later on. 46.49. 46.49 for Ian Baxter. And that is going to take the overall BTD. It's going to knock Tom Waterfield off the top of the leaderboard. And Ian Baxter, a 46.49. Great drive from him. What the Harcourt Smith going to do? He's close to the top. As 220 comes forward. That's Simon Taylor.
Yeah, he's
49.65 for Robin Harcourt Smith. Not as quick as the 48.58 from this morning. Did a different class course. He's in class 16. And we haven't seen the Bugattis run in this class, I guess we'll have to see them now. 133 will come up second run, and 740 comes up into stage as well. Cracking 46.49 from Ian Baxter in the Alta. 220 50.93. Small improvement from Simon Taylor in the HWM Stovebolt Chevrolet powered car. Simon got under 50 yesterday. He'll be driving back to London this evening. Away it goes. 740, 733 has gone. It's the Rip Special, change of driver. 733 is Charlotte Bowyer in the Fraser Nash Colmore. And what's Charlotte going to do? .71.12. 160 away. 740 is Justin Hart in the Derby Bentley, leading the class on a 60.88 from 61.13 from Ben Hart. 61.90 this time. So not as quick as before. So that's class 11. 61.13 Ben Hart has on the clock, that's from earlier. 60.88 leads it. 740. Just next time, it's all that count up at that class. Here comes Gigi Cameron with the Formula Ford Ray. 160 is 60.15. Haven't seen that car before. Unless
Richard Wiseman off the line in the top, so at least one of them still here.
Pernell's, I'm not sure whether the car previously went as 760. So it's got 160 this time, 60.15. On the hill 190. That is Richard Wiseman with his Bugatti Type 35. .90, 65.08. Good improvement from Richard. Half a second or so gained on the early time. Problem for one of the keepers. Not quite sure. They've just checked it up at the back, trying to get it going again, I think. Into the 500s. We've seen two of them. We've seen three of them now actually go up. And 767 was Chris Hubble in class 13. 767. Chris Hubble did a 57.66. 200ths away from his earlier time. I think that's going to leave him third in class. It is behind Finley Hope Cameron and Samuel Archer.
That's a bit sedate, wasn't it? Oh.
2:30
There's your tarmac.
is Giga Cameron. 54.14, much better. 54.14 for the Ford. The Ray, built by the great Burt Ray, his early efforts, and 2:30 for Cameron. 7:45. Into the 500s is Ollie Leston. 296 off the start, very consistent all day. 292, 294. Ollie Leston did a 47.988 thousandths, 800s, sorry, slower than this morning's 47. 247. Ewan Cameron is en route. Ewan Cameron. 47.38. 47.38. Great improvement by about 0.6 of a second. Only 500 to improve in the second round. By the looks of things, this is class 22. And Ewan Cameron with that 47.38, very stout run, goes up second, splits Tom Waterfield and Ollie Leston with the Cooper Norton 500. So excellent effort from him.
But of course an 1100, that one.
Yeah. And another improvement, this is Fergus Cameron, a 50.19.
And I think that was the last car.
50.19 for Fergus Cameron. That wipes out his 50.59, and that puts him a very solid 5th in the class. So I think that's pretty much everybody, isn't it? So I'll just run through very quickly the class 1 order. Give you the top 3 in each of the classes. Class 1, won by William Marsh on a 57.47, Jonathan Lazell 60.89, and 76 Evie Mason 62.36 in 3rd. Class 2. Won by Harry Baxter in the HRG on 54.45, from 15 Tom Galland in the Morgan 57.51, and 19, which was Simon Thorpe in the Riley Brooklands on a 57.96. That is class 2. Class 3, Rufus Flann in 840, Fraser Nash Super Sports. He won it on a 51.67 from Tony Wood, Fraser Nash 52.31, and Jeremy Flann in 40, the Nash on a 52.5. Class 4, Jeremy Brewster in the Lee Francis Hyper on a 54.33 from Mike Pallett, same car, 56.26, and Vijay Mallya in 51. The BMW on a 57.79. Go into class 5. Only Richard Pilkington started in that one. He improved to a 66.40 this afternoon. Class 6 was won by John Fack in the Railton Light Sports, 58.86. 88, better time this afternoon, beating Erica Pilkington and Roger Thorpe in their Vauxhalls. Class 7, that is the class which find it among all this stuff. Archie Bullitt in the Picard Pictet Sturtevant Aero Special 54.22. Second, Ian Seymour Smith in the Mitchell Board Racer on a 64.41. Third, Duncan Cartwright on a 74.38 in his Sunbeam. Class 8 was won by Kevin Morton in his Riley 9 Special on a 58.17. From 7.97, Ethan Harris in the Riley 9 Special, and Eleanor Bergman in 7.96. Best of the Austins in third. Class 9, David Pryke in the Morgan Riley 50.17. Christopher Downham second in 119. The Riley Ulster Imp on 51.17. Exactly a second between them. And in third place, 7.12, William Butler in his Riley Special. Class 10, Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash late entry 51.55. From 137, Charles Pither in his Fraser Nash 54.92, and in third place 130, David Knight in his Fraser Nash on a 55.21. Paul Mullins in the MG fourth, breaking the monopoly. Class 11, the Hearts Bentley, Justin beating Ben by about a second. Class 12, only Mike Scott with the Fraser Nash in that one. Class 13, Finley Hope Cameron won it in the Morgan Super Special on a 50.59, great time. Then 168, that's Samuel Archer in second place, 55.83 for Samuel Archer with the Austin 7, and in third place Chris Hubble in 7.67, Austin 7 single seater. Class 14 was won by that's the one that Patrick Blakeney Edwards. Joe Blakeney Edwards won the previous one. I'm sorry, I got that one wrong. So let's go back to that one. Joe Blakeney Edwards in class 10 on the 51.55 from Charles Pither and David Knight. Glare going on in here. Patrick Blakeney Edwards won 14 in his Nash from Michael James in the Riley Cotton Special. Ollie Leston in the Rip Special was third, but he was only half a second quicker than his bro. And in class 15, it was Ian Baxter with the best time of the day, 46.49 in the Alta, from the Bugattis of Yishan Ng and Richard Wiseman. So that was 15. 16, Robin Harcourt Smith, 48.38 from Vijay Mallya. And that's 16. Class 18, no, class 19, Simon Taylor and the Stovebolt Special did a 50.93 today. And then we go to class 21, and Gigi Cameron 54.14 in the Formula Ford Ray. Class 22, Tom Waterfield in the Cooper Norton 46.62, second quickest time of the day. Ewan Cameron second with the V-twin Cooper, a very stout 47.38 right at the end, and Ollie Leston in the Cooper Norton was in third place. So that wraps up your results. Of course, they've got to be ratified yet. For the results, go to VSCC website later in the week. I'm sure they'll all be posted, and we'll be in. Looking forward to the next event in the season. Looking forward to a big mixture. Just look in John's programme. Actually, it's my programme, I think, that's floating around here. Let's just see what's next up.
Donington Park.
Donington Park, race meeting in a couple of weeks' time. There's the Alta, best time of the day, to Ian Baxter. Donington Park's a couple of weeks' time, isn't it? And
well, yeah, includes the Williams Trophy.
Very full programme as ever of British Sports Car Club events. always something happening with the VSCC, and thank you all for coming today to enjoy and bear with us as we go through a long day. Next weekend at Wiscombe Park Hillclimb, Torbay Motor Club Saturday, Wildlife Autosport on Sunday. So and then the Nationals in July 25, 26, 5 clubs 5th and 6th of September, MG Car Club 12th of September, and the NHCA, the bikes, Arnold Gimblett bikes, on the Sunday. So lots and lots of things to look forward to here. Next speed event for VSCC is Loughton Park, so that's one of the longer hills in the UK. Cannot say goodnight without thanking our marshals who have worked stoically all day, faced with all kinds of dramas as we've gone through, and our crews, our marshals, our crew from the Wiscombe team here, based at the Hill, been going since 1958. Big thank you to all our marshals, medics, and every other official who's made it coming, and those of you who remain in the paddock watching, thank you for coming. Drive safely on the way home, and don't crash on the way up the hill. Thank you very much to John Staveley for being my co-pilot here along today. It's been great as ever, and we'll look forward to doing it all again sometime soon, John.
Interesting that a Sunbeam Alpine just arrived down the hill, which we haven't seen before today at all.
Always a surprise here at Wiscombe. So from me, Marcus Pye, and from John, it's
good night from me.
Good night. Pre-cars race at Donington last weekend. Troy Salvadori, Time 53 Grand Prix car, jumping between cars and being quick in everything. Field 2.94 off the line. 246 was 246 Hamish Cameron Eveley, excellent 48.08. So 47.05 is 245.
And that is the end of that. That it is the end of practice.
So 192 is Ian Baxter. Just looking at that time again. Jumping between cars and being quick in everything. So 245 is Tom Waterfield, 2.94 off the line. 246 was 246 47.05 is 2:45.
And that is the end of that. That it is the end of practice.
So 192 is Ian Baxter. Just looking at that time. 69.21. 69.21 reaches off the circuit round the Martini corner. 70.42. 70.42. That is an improvement.
Number 18. Andrew is my assistant editor for Bigantics, the Bugatti Owners Club magazine, and normally
It's rather kind of Art Deco, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
37, 69.76 for.
Sounds quite modern, the engine, doesn't it?
That sounds good.
For a car of that age.
Tim Harrison, number 80, 112.96. 112.96 to head off Class 7, in which Archie Bullitt has moved on the Victory Ball racer. Ian Seymour Smith, 64.41. 64.41, best time today yet for that car. For Archie Bullitt, 3:23 in the first sector, 26.05 in the second, going quicker than before. Frenetic buzzing noise as Auckland. This is a cracking class. We've got 58.72, jumped into the long 57s. Andrew Briggs with the then we get to 1-1.
Next car is going to be David Proik in the very fast Morgan Riley, and he's then going to be followed by. Did you manage to locate 840? That's Joe Blakey. Joe Blakey Edwards in the
8, Knight, who goes second in the class. What can Joe Edwards do about it? With a 51.43 seconds through the first time. Trap. Back to the Morgan, or not, to the Stanley. Is Finn Cameron.
Yeah,
50.59.
the extra wheel saved him about half a second.
He did lead the class, but then Finn Hope Cameron went up with that 50.59.
Michael John, what did that put him?
A different class. Ollie Liston was in class 14. Special. He's number 184, 3.14 seconds in the first split. That's better than
VSCC time.
yes, it is. Patrick Blakeney Hope was second. Third, Michael James. Fourth, Finley Hope Cameron. Fifth,
Tyres are light, off the line. No diff, of course, so solid back axle.
sort of rocket towards Wiscombe. Cameron now going up in the Formula Ford Ray. Number 220.
No, that Ray is 52 years old.
It's very odd, particularly since I remember seeing Stephen South driving the Works Ray in 1974. Pages are flipped over somewhere. Time 4. Ray.
Line 2 off the start, Tom Waterfield, so he's the quickest 500 so far.
'16, 17, 18, 19, class 22 then. Yes, we've got a couple of double-driven cars in this. 247 on the hill. 2318 Alta. 5. Josh White in number 3. 66 one. standing. Archer en route. Push that class potentially beyond reach. Special 51.63. Yep, good improvement. 3/10 for Ollie Leston. 246, 245. It's currently running 46.62. Quickest one of the day. .247. Evely is third at 47.83. Ewan Cameron next to through the gate in 22.49. Not as quick as this morning, but he went quicker by close to a second overall. 2:01 is Smith. 2:90. He's been so quick off the start of the car. 26th year on. Into stage as well. Tracking 46.49. Has gone. It's the Rip Special. Change of driver. 733 is Charlotte Bowyer. Three Ben Hart. 61.90 this time. 8 leads it. 7:40. This time is right. Chris Cameron. That wipes out his 50.59, and that puts him very solid 5th in the class. Manchester in the HRG, number 20, 54. 56, yeah, 746, that is on course. 745 is one of tenths on Waterfield. So we are Ian Seymour Smith, the Mitchell board racer, car number 83, is 60. This was getting quite tight. At the top, it was Kevin Mawson, the only driver under a minute, but behind them, Graham Beckett, 63.33. So it was all very tight at the top of Class 8. Car number 90, David Mitchum, 69.11 before. 85, so he's got into 61s. Not as quick as his daughter, quite. So that'll leave him fourth to catch Eleanor, who is 36 second. Swifter to the top, 97. White on the clock in 115, but that time 69.25. Sorry, 58.20. And do something about it. He's got to find best part of the second. 50.17 or down to
It's another pretty car, isn't it? That
2 before. But you see Ian Standing go up to complete this class in the organisers, Charles Pither. That didn't quite go as well as planned, did it? There, John.
I think I heard a scraping, so maybe the axles hit the.
So apologies for this delay, ladies and gentlemen, with a vehicle, one of the competing cars, just off at the side of the track at the start line. See who 185 is. It doesn't appear in the programme in the historic Grand Prix cars race at Donington last weekend in the next Royce Salvadori Time 53 Grand Prix car, jumping between cars and being quick in everything. So 2:45 is Tom Waterfield, 2.94 off the line. 2:46 was Hillclimb, and 2:46 Hamish Cameron Eveley, an excellent 48.08. So 47.05 is 2:45.
And that is the end of that. That it is the end of practice.
So 192 is Ian Baxter. Just looking at that time again. (69.21). 69.20 reaches of the circuit round Martini corner. 70.42. 70.42. That is an improvement.
William Marsh is on the hill and
Number 818. Andrew is my assistant editor in for Bigantics, the Bugatti Owners Club magazine, and normally
It's rather kind of Art Deco, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
37, 69.76 for.
Sounds quite modern, the engine, doesn't it?
That sounds good.
For a car of that age.
Tim Harrison, number 80, 112.96. 112.96 to head off Class 7, in which Archie Bullitt has moved the picture board racer. Ian Seymour Smith, 64.41. 64.41, best time today yet for that car. For Archie Bullitt, 3:23 in the first sector,